Alright, alrighty, everyone. Hello, this is Jose, aka Drark, and thank you again for coming into my stream. We are going to go ahead and do something I don't normally do for videos or for my streams, and it's going to be a podcast like style stream. It is unusual for the kind of streams that I normally do since I typically tend to stick to things like video games and stuff like that. But I wanted to try something different. So the way this is going to work is I have a friend of mine who also streams, who's also a huge Kingdom Hearts fan and just a fan of pretty much everything I like in general. We're going to try to do these like every weekend, or try to do like every Friday or so. We're going to pick a random topic to go over and just kind of do a podcast like discussion about it. Typically, we each pick 10 topics about it and just go in. Hopefully it's fun. Hopefully it's funny. The goal is to just make people laugh, rile people up, be as controversial as possible, but also just get some insight and just have some fun with it. So hopefully you guys enjoy the stream. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and get him on the call. I believe he's already started or he's going to start soon. So we're gonna go ahead and get him on the call, and then we will be able to continue from there. Let's see. Where is he? Click it. Click. Okay. There we go. It's calling. Enjoy some lo-fi while we have some downtime. Oi, oi.
Can thou hear me?
I can hear you. I'm gonna check my stream to make sure everyone else can hear you too. Let's see.
I'm super quiet. I can't hear you at all.
Yep, people can hear you. Yes, people can hear you. I can hear you. People can hear you. I checked my stream, and the audio is pretty decent. So we should be able to. We should be able to go. Alrighty, to start off, once again, I'm going to introduce myself, and then, of course, Mikey can do that as well. Again, my name is Jose, aka Drark. I am a.
So the problem is, I can't hear you through Discord.
You can't? Do you not have Discord on the computer? Is that it? Do you want me to call you via my phone?
I am using Discord on my computer, yes.
How would you like us to do this audio? Again, everyone that's tuning in, we are just trying to make sure we get the audio working, but then we should be good to go from there. Enjoy some lo-fi while we figure this out. You can't hear me at all. Let's see.
Because I'm listening through your stream, but it's super delayed, so I can't respond to anything you say.
Oh, I see. Huh. No, my audio I think is decent. I haven't changed anything on my audio setup for it to be an issue. About... Alright. I'm gonna have him call me, see if that helps at all. Not really sure why it's not letting him hear my voice at all. So we'll figure this out, y'all. Thank you so much for your patience. Once we get this audio situation figured out, we'll be good to go. This is the first time we're attempting this, so it's a little weird, but we'll get it. My audio is good. That's good. That's good. Everyone can hear me. Hello? Hello. He still cannot hear me. Okay. Um...
Still can't hear you.
How about now? Or now? Can you hear me at all? Why oh why? Can we not, or can you not hear me? Yeah, so my audio on my OBS is fine. I see it moving. It's connected through my speakers, which is also turned on. Everything seems to be good. The audio on my recording is solid. So everything there should be fine. And then on the Discord call itself, I can hear you clearly. I have the mic fixed to be the correct speaker, and it's set good to go. Let me check my computer to make sure that the audio is going through the right place. Let's see. Sound settings. Yeti. Hey Lou. Anything at all? Nope. Hey Lou. I've never had to do that though because I literally chat with my friends all the time and I've never had that problem. Hey Lou. Nope, it's just those two, and they seem to be working fine. Alright, well, let's see. I got an idea. Because if this isn't going to work, I have my own Discord server that has a lounge, and that always works. So how about you join my lounge and see if that fixes it? We'll try that. Alright. Alright, can you hear me now? Hello? Hello? Huh. I am noticing that my voice is not penetrating through. That's weird. Why is that happening? That's weird. I see it now. This has never happened. I literally do this all the time, and this has never happened. And for some reason, now it's just not showing up. Let's see if I right click. No, just regular click. Maybe... All right, maybe that. All right, now I can see my voice reacting on the thing. So that should be
Okay,
better.
hold on one second.
There we go.
All right, now I hear you through
All
Discord.
right, there we go. Fixed it. See, it wasn't that hard.
Hold on one sec, because I stopped hearing myself through your stream.
No, I fixed it. I fixed it. It's going to be delayed, but I fixed it again. So
And you say, oh, okay,
yeah,
good,
yeah,
good, good.
I fixed it. I accidentally had what did I do? I pressed something I wasn't supposed to, but I changed it. I changed it back. All right, all right, but we did it. It's good.
Problem
Sheesh.
solved. Holy
Problem
shit.
solved. Only took
Okay,
15 minutes, but we got it. We got it going.
not even 15 minutes. We're at 14 right now.
But we got it. We resolved the issue. Whatever the issue was, we resolved it. So we can now hear each other, and we can now go ahead and get this going. Alrighty. So again, I will go ahead and do a quick introduction of myself and my channel, and then of course, you can go next, and then we can just start from there. Again, my name is Jose, aka Drark. Thank you so much for stopping by my channel. This is usually a channel I use to stream games, typically anything monster training, such as Pokemon, Temtem, etc. And I also do stream some other games, such as games that happen to come out. Just, whatever's fun that's new, I end up trying it out. I typically don't end up finishing games, but that's okay. That's what you guys are there for, to keep me company while I try to. I also do enjoy creating other content, such as anime discussions. I'm a huge One Piece fan, so you'll see me doing random chapter reviews every once in a while. If you're interested in anything like that, please stop by the channel, subscribe, like, follow, whatever it is you like to do. By all means, are all welcome to. Yeah, Mike.
All right, my name is Mike. I go by Hakume Tenchi. I am the angel part of the Drark Angel. That is the joke. We're basically just combining stream names, essentially. I also stream video games. I'm mostly a fighting gamer on top of RPGs, mostly JRPGs. I'm more prone to like playing games that I like. I'm not like super into just like any old game that just comes out. Um, and yeah, I like to have this super chill stream. Sometimes I do art, but we're both in school. Haven't been able to stream as much as I want to, but yeah. Also, massive Kingdom Hearts fan, as you probably know.
Yep. And again, we decided to go for the name Drark Angel Podcast because it kind of encompasses both of our names in terms of, what we do in our own time. Um, if you're into any kind of streaming like that, if you're a follower of mine, of course, please follow Mike. I stop by his streams all the time and just have a fun chat. So by all means, do that. Um, and yeah, we decided to kind of create a list of 10 topics we want to kind of discuss each in regards to Kingdom Hearts. As I mentioned earlier, I want to make this as fun and as funny and controversial as possible, just to liven it up. So hopefully you guys enjoy this and are able to participate in the comments. If you guys have your own opinions about what it is we're talking about in these topics, please go ahead and chime in. I think that's what's going to make this the most fun, is to hear other people's opinions. You could also be trolls as well as I am going to try to be, just to make as much fun out of this as possible. So by all means, we'll go ahead and get it started. Mike, did you want to have the first one?
Well, okay. So unfortunately, I hate to do this to you because you're probably gonna have to do some editing. I kind of have people who sort of need my attention every now and again, and they're gonna interrupt on occasion because they need stuff from me. Unfortunately, it's currently happening right now. I don't know if you can hear that.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna address that, and when I come back, hopefully we get right down to it. This will probably happen several times on occasion. There's really nothing I can do about it.
Sure.
So give me a minute. I'll be right back. I don't know. Fill the air with something.
No, I got you. I'm gonna start then, and when Mike comes back, we'll go ahead and fill him in on what's going on. So to start, I'm going to start with the first one I have here, which is going to be my top three Kingdom Hearts games. Again, if you are watching and you have your own opinion on them, please by all means chime in. But for the top three Kingdom Hearts games for me, I will go and be as bold as to say that my favorite game is Chain of. No, I'm just joking. I can't even say that seriously. No, my favorite Kingdom Hearts games. I'm going to go and have to say, Kingdom Hearts 2. Um, it's Kingdom Hearts 2. You know, like I don't, I, I don't think there's any other game that is as wholesome as that one. It has so much content and completion to what the series entails or should have entailed in the beginning up to that point. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go ahead and say Kingdom Hearts 2 for that one. Number two for me, I'm gonna go ahead and oh boy, let's see. Oh man, for number two, I'm probably going to go ahead and say uh, I'm gonna say it. Kingdom Hearts 3. Kingdom Hearts 3 was so fun. It's not just fun, but I think it gave me a lot of closure in a lot of the details that I wanted closure for. But I also had a lot of fun in regards to the story, to everything the game can do. Um, it's a beautiful game overall, and yeah, it's a beautiful game overall. The graphics are fantastic. The gameplay is phenomenal. The things you could do in it is fantastic. Um, Pacing wasn't my favorite, but overall, I thought it was fantastic. Um, Especially if you really consider what they left Kingdom Hearts 3 to be. You know, like Kingdom Hearts 2 only had to work with Kingdom Hearts 1 and, you know, maybe a little bit of Chain of Memories and whatnot. But Kingdom Hearts 3 had to somehow encapsulate every other Kingdom Hearts games that came before that and somehow still make it work, which was a lot of games. So there was even a friggin' point 8 and point 0.9 for goodness sakes. There's just like point 0.28, point 0.29, like there's just so much. And that's not even talking about the remakes or like the remixes. So the fact that it was able to do everything it did and still give us a complete sense of the story up to this point, I think it deserves the number two spot. For me, it used to be number one, but if you really think about it, um, if you really think about it, I have to go with Kingdom Hearts 3 as number two. Charlie, you know I hate Kingdom Hearts. Why are you even, you know, I'm just joking. Kingdom Hearts is, yeah, by far my favorite game series. Um, and then I thought about it some more. Megan is the fan. Megan doesn't even know what Kingdom Hearts is. Megan's like, Kingdom who? um, if I could pick a number three for my favorite Kingdom Hearts game, I'm gonna have to go with Birth by Sleep. I think Birth by Sleep is completely underrated. I think it is one of those games that has so much hate behind it because of what it is. But I also feel that for what it is, it should be rated higher. Charlie, tell Megan. Tell Megan that she is the weakest Kingdom Hearts fan I have ever met. Who doesn't know nothing about the series, doesn't even collect things for the Kingdom Hearts series, has nothing in her collection, just maybe like I think like an empty box of like Kingdom Hearts 2 or something. Lost the CD. It's probably scratched in the trash somewhere. So Megan's like flipping over somewhere. It doesn't even like somebody's talking shit about me. I don't know who, but I can feel it. Um, But yeah, uh, I'm telling you. No, I think Birth by Sleep definitely deserves. Megan's calling me now. Megan's gonna cuss me out. Hello.
Those are fighting words. I'm gonna throw your ass into a basement. You want me? And then he almost said chain and oh, what? I'm on the phone with this fool.
Charlie, Megan is literally on the phone right now. She called me to cuss me out.
Heard my name through the wind. Who's not a fan of what? I'm the weakest what? Oh, bitches wanna fight. Bitches wanna fight.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
Go back to your little chat.
I'm just teasing you, Megan. I'm just teasing you.
Yo, thanks, Bill.
I'm gonna get on Charlie now. I hear him like spreading the word.
What do you mean spreading the word? I'm watching your stream.
Oh, okay.
I'll message you through. Well, I'm messaging you through what is it? Messenger.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I didn't even check that. I'll check that now.
Oh, should I went to Discord? I should go Discord.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and look on it.
Yeah.
Right. Oh damn, she was blowing that up. That's funny. That's so funny. That's so funny. Blowing up the messenger. But yeah, if I have to pick I'm gonna go with Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. If honestly, if it wasn't for the gameplay, I'd even go as far as to rate it number 1. Yeah. Birth by Sleep number 1. You heard me. You heard me loud and clear. It is a fact that I said that. If it wasn't for the gameplay, I would rate Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep number 1. As crazy as that sounds, it's the truth. It's the truth. The gameplay isn't even that bad. It's just it feels like a downgrade from, Kingdom Hearts 2 and so on, because they, kind of had stepped it up and then they kind of reverted back to the old style, and I wasn't a fan of that. And I also really didn't care too much for playing the same story 3 times just through slight different changes. But in terms of the story, in terms of what it does for the series, in terms of the soundtrack, in terms of like character art creation, just keyblades, lore, everything, every single thing about Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, in my opinion, is better than every other Kingdom Hearts game there is. It is what makes Kingdom Hearts Kingdom Hearts. Even more so than Kingdom Hearts 2 and 3, almost even 1. So, yes, I believe Birth by Sleep easily deserves the number 3 spot on my list, because it can't get, number 1 or 2, because I'm just not a big fan of the gameplay. It's alright. The gameplay is alright. It isn't even that terrible. It's just alright. And considering the console that originally came out for it was just like one of those, I guess. But yeah, that's my opinion, at least. I think solid points there.
I got back just in time to tell you how wrong you are.
He's raging. I heard everything. You son of a bitch, I heard it all.
And I got back like 30 seconds ago. I had to run, so I'm like breathing heavy. Discovered a new flavor of Monster.
Oh, that's nice.
Peach or something? Pink can? So I'm gonna try that shit. I'm back for now. All right, Lemus.
So, as if you heard me, the discussion is what is your top 3 favorite Kingdom Hearts games and why? I just went over my list, which encompasses.
We'll get to favorites. We'll get there. That's a whole segment.
Well, that's what I started with, man. You was gone, so I had to start with something. You gotta give me something back, man.
All right, we'll circle back to that.
Gotta give me something back.
All right, so for my list, I kind of have it segmented into 3 sections.
Oh boy.
Past,
Okay.
present, and future.
Oh boy. All right.
I already know about this.
Sure. Yeah. I think we did discuss that. Yeah.
So the first thing would be just going over our personal history with Kingdom Hearts. Like,
yeah, that's fair.
Which game was your what was your first game? Which one actually got you hooked if it wasn't the first game? Like, out of all the games, which ones have you actually played and stuff like that? Like, maybe even community interactions that you had on the internet.
Yeah. One moment here. I'm trying to find. I guess I'm gonna do that later because I can't find it right now. But yeah, let me put this away for now. All right. Let's see. For me, I'm gonna say that my favorite, or in terms of, all right. Let me start from the very beginning for myself. I'll start from the very beginning for myself. I first saw Kingdom Hearts a long time ago when I went to pick up my little sister from her friend's house. She was at her friend's house. This was in grammar school, mind you, and she was hanging out with her friend. And I went upstairs to the girls' room. They were sitting down, and they were playing a game. And then our parents were having a conversation downstairs, and I was bored out of my mind, so I just sat on the bed and watched them play a game. And as I was watching them play, I started to get a little infuriated because they were terrible at this. And I don't know what the game is. All I know is that they suck. And I was being a little critical at the time, I guess. They weren't really that bad, in hindsight. But I don't know, just like when things were happening, I was just like, why didn't you do this? Or why didn't you do that? But I got hooked on Kingdom Hearts from there because they were playing Kingdom Hearts 1. And I almost played it out of just like, let me show you how it's done kind of mentality. But I also wanted to just kind of see what happened in the game. So I don't remember if I borrowed the game from her friend or if I, like, in the next week bought the game myself so that I can play it and, get past that. All I know is that I was on a mission and that I got the game and I played it and I beat it, and it was such an emotionally impactful moment for me. I think that as much as I was into the game, nothing hooked me into the game such as the final scene where Kairi saw that Sora had drawn the Papu fruit and she cried and then she drew it back, and that's how the series ended for that game. And I am willing to bet that that's the moment that captured everyone in the series and got them hooked into it going forward from there. Because from that moment on, I was obsessed with Kingdom Hearts, and I was ready and willing to see how and in which way Sora was going to go and find Kairi, because it was such a good way to kind of leave it open-ended for the possibility of a part 2. Since then, I became obsessed with Kingdom Hearts in general. I kind of got deterred when Chain of Memories came out because it was so bad. I could not play it. I tried, but it was so bad. But then Kingdom Hearts 2 finally came out, and man, I remember what we had to do just to get that game, to convince my mom to get it for me, and then got it. And I'm telling you, I played that game like 4 times in a row, and like the fourth time, I beat it. Like I completed everything in it, just like in every way, shape, and form. I completed everything. I was obsessed with all the characters, the stories, the summon, everything that I could do with that game. I loved it, and that's when Kingdom Hearts 2 just became my favorite game of all times. Not just I liked Kingdom Hearts 1, but just all the games. That was my favorite game of all the games. Um, and then I just became obsessed from there. And anything that was Kingdom Hearts related, I bought. I grabbed. Whatever it is, I printed. Whatever, anything that I could do in regards to Kingdom Hearts, I became obsessed with it. Um, and today's day and age, we've been waiting for over a decade for Kingdom Hearts 3, and you know it couldn't get more hype than that. To the point, like, Kingdom Hearts 3 came out, and I beat it like the morning after. I think it was like 6 in the morning, and I completed it. Yeah, like I just wanted the story. I didn't like. I wanted to give it a good playthrough, but I knew that the first time was just going to be just a story playthrough. Like I just wanted to see what the story was, and like no one called me, no one interrupted me. I didn't want to hear about nobody and nothing. And like when I saw the ending of Kingdom Hearts 3, I was devastated because the new patch didn't even drop yet that showed you that secret ending. So like I didn't even know that there was like an extra video after that. And so I really thought that was it for Sora, and I was like, no. And then like later on they were like, oh, there's an update. I updated it, and then there was like that secret video. And I had to play the game all over again to watch it, and I was like, I'm not doing that yet. I just beat it. Like I haven't even slept yet. So I was like, let me watch that specific video on YouTube, and then like I'll play the game through again and get to that point later on. But that was my experience with Kingdom Hearts, or at least the gist of it. That's how it started, at least. How about you?
Alrighty. For me, in order to explain my history of Kingdom Hearts, I'm gonna have to pull it all the way back.
Oh boy.
Before gaming was even a part of my list of interests. Actually, that's a lie. I've been gaming since I was like fucking zero. But,
Zero.
me and my cousins, who we were basically siblings, we grew up together. We were indoctrinated into the Disney Dome. We had every Disney movie known to man. Whenever a new Disney movie came out, they grab it and we watch it all day, every day, nonstop. We were just Disney junkies. And I'm not gonna go through my entire fucking
Disney. Disney.
And sometime in my teen years, I discovered RPGs and Final Fantasy and all that stuff, and what was funny was that me and my brother, whenever we went to, okay, I'm gonna try and keep the story simple, but I discovered the Final Fantasy series, and me and my brother both fell in love with it. And then we found out oh man, they're making a game that's Final Fantasy and Disney combined, and it's oh my god, it's my two favorite things, my two favorite things. So I always had Kingdom Hearts just in my radar, but I was a kid, I didn't have any money, and I couldn't get it myself. And eventually I did, and I fucking loved it. And this was back before the internet was even widely available to the public. So I didn't even know there was going to be Kingdom Hearts 2. Beating Kingdom Hearts 1, and beating Kingdom Hearts 1 and also just being used to finishing Final Fantasy games, all of the endings to every Final Fantasy game is ambiguous as fuck.
Yeah.
And it's
you have to fully complete it to get the secret ending of something.
Yeah, you beat Final Fantasy 7, and it's 3,000 years later, and the world's destroyed, but there's still animals and shit running around. Oh, okay, what happens next? And then you play Final Fantasy 8, it's a completely different storyline. Never mind, I guess.
Yeah.
So the Kingdom Hearts 1 ending was super bittersweet, and we just thought it was well, okay, that's just the Final Fantasy ambiguous ass ending. I went to a GameStop one day, and they had a demo kiosk with the PlayStation 2 in it. and all I saw was this weird, like, short-haired kid with these weird jeans and this checker pattern. And he's in this big ass city, and he's just on a skateboard. I think whoever like played the demo kiosk beforehand was started playing it, and they just left him on the skateboard. So I didn't even know that like you could get off the skateboard or anything. You're just on a skateboard. I was like, oh, what the hell is this game? It's kind of fun. It's not like it's not Tony Hawk or anything.
Yeah.
What's this neat little skateboard game? So I started paying attention to the UI, and I'm like, what the hell? Why does this look like Kingdom Hearts? This fucking can't be. What? Lo and behold, Kingdom Hearts 2 had already come out, and it's like, shit, I gotta like play this.
Yeah.
I haven't even heard of No Chain of Memories or nothing. This is just like suddenly Kingdom Hearts 2.
That's so funny.
Eventually got my hands on it. You know, now it's like second favorite video game of all time.
Yeah.
You know,
That's crazy.
Invested.
That's so
And I
funny.
think
You're like, who the hell is this guy?
now, because you know, my history beyond that, we'll get to it. But that's kind of how I like became like super like, oh my god, like Kingdom Hearts is like my favorite shit.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
But yeah, that's my history for now. I'll go into more detail as we go through.
Awesome. All right.
Did you have anything on your list?
Right
Do you
now,
have a list at all?
I do have a list, but it's really I started it kind of simple. That's why I said to start off with like the top 3 Kingdom Hearts games, and then after that's like the bottom 3. I already went over my top 3. Did you want to go over yours?
Okay, you're gonna have to do it again because I didn't hear any of it.
Okay.
And it just so happens that the next part of this, because we're still in the past, our favorite, actually, as I have it written down, our favorite non-2 Kingdom Hearts game versus the best non-2 Kingdom Hearts game. So it's your favorite and then the best.
Okay.
And I guess because you already talked about top 3, you could just add a third.
Sure. Because obviously Kingdom Hearts 2 took number 1. I mean, I don't even like, you know.
But this is your top 3 without Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yeah. So since
because obviously Kingdom Hearts 2 is...
Yeah, so if I'm removing Kingdom Hearts 2, then I will say that Kingdom Hearts 3 is my favorite one. I think that Kingdom Hearts 3, with the crap load of games that it had to deal with, I think did a fantastic job. Like if you really think about it, Kingdom Hearts 2 only had to deal with like Kingdom Hearts 1 and, you know, some of Chain of Memories. And you could wrap a game around that to give it solid closure. But try giving closure to like the entirety that is Kingdom Hearts as a whole now, you know? Like there is so many different games and story, like little minute details added from every possible angle that, you know, just make this such a convolutedly confusing story. And you have to somehow wrap it all up in one game, you know? Like, the fact that Kingdom Hearts 3 was even remotely able to do that is quite astonishing, and I don't think it gets enough credit for that. Like, it's like receiving a ball of shit and, you know, somebody asking you to polish it, and, you know, like the fact that
actually get some sparkles in it.
exactly the fact that there's even a glimmer in there, you know, just be fucking happy. So I think that they did a really good job in terms of, you know, making it be able to complete what we have so far, you know? It was able to complete and answer a lot of the questions while at the same time provide extra mystery for the continuation of the series, which I feel like that's something Kingdom Hearts 2 did not do really well, besides that final scene that was just ambiguous as shit and you could have done whatever you wanted with it. But you know, like I feel, and that's where I feel Birth by Sleep comes in, because I feel like Birth by Sleep is does that for Kingdom Hearts 2, provides the, additional entry to the rest of the series as a whole. And I feel like Kingdom Hearts 3 did that on its own and was able to provide us enough minute details and, lore that you had to kind of like find on your own to realize there's a lot more to the story past this Xehanort, Xehanort saga. So, which really, sets you up for Kingdom Hearts 4 even before you get to that secret video ending, because there's so much already in there that we still want to know of. And on top of that, giving us closure in regards to everything else. Yeah, I agree the pacing was not the best, but overall, I still feel that they did a lot. And then with the updates they did to the game, it made up for a lot of the, mishaps that they may have had when it came out. So, yeah, I think that Kingdom Hearts 3 absolutely deserves it. I think that it should be given credited a lot more than it is, and I'm, really happy that we got it because it just, I don't feel like I'm sitting here every day like, man, what was that game gonna be someday if we ever got it? Like it's there, it's good. I'd like a Kingdom Hearts 4, but I'm not as desperate for it as I was for Kingdom Hearts 3. So yeah, I would put Kingdom Hearts 3 as my number one. For number 2, I would go with Birth by Sleep, and again, it's because Birth by Sleep to me did the few things that Kingdom Hearts 2 didn't do. Birth by Sleep did, which was expand the lore of Kingdom Hearts series more to just Disney characters. And the thing is, I love Disney. I'm not gonna say that I'm as obsessed as some people are. Like I know a lot of people that just like live and breathe Disney. I love Disney. Obviously, I grew up with it like a lot of other kids did. But I'm a Final Fantasy fanatic. So to me, when I heard a mixture of Final Fantasy and Disney, I was like, oh cool, let's get some, and then I started to notice the lack of Final Fantasy characters, and there was a lot less and less and less, and at this point I started to kind of get a little depressed, like, come on man, give me something. So for me, Birth by Sleep kind of satisfied that hunger that I had for anything, Kingdom Hearts related, or I'm sorry, Disney related. Not Disney. Wow, Final Fantasy related. It satisfied that hunger for anything Final Fantasy related. The new costumes that they had, the armors that they were wearing, the characters themselves, the new villains, the new heroes, the lore behind it all, the traveling methods, just the expansion of the universe within itself, the war that happened, signifying that it wasn't just one, it was just like an entire history behind all of it. I feel like that level of expansion really opened it up to a Final Fantasy style kind of game, and that was what I was looking for originally. And that's just when it comes to the the story and character pieces. That's not even talking about like the soundtrack, which in my opinion is one of the best soundtracks in all of Kingdom Hearts. In my opinion, the Birth by Sleep soundtrack is it's it's a winner. There's just some of the most solid tracks on that one, and the reason I couldn't give it number one is because the gameplay is that bad. You don't go from like Kingdom Hearts 1 to Kingdom Hearts 2 to Kingdom Hearts 1 in gameplay. It's just and it was a little repetitive in the way they explained the story, in the 3 different playthroughs. But really, outside of that, I think that the game itself did a lot to provide context for us and allow the universe of Kingdom Hearts to expand. And I get it, Kingdom Hearts 2, sealed it for us. We didn't need more from Kingdom Hearts per se, but it's a series that I'm glad has continued, and I'm hoping it stays continuing because it could honestly be the next Final Fantasy. Like Final Fantasy is at 16 now soon. Kingdom Hearts, although technically is at 3. we have like 40 something variations of it, you know. Not literally, but you know what I mean. So
We're getting there.
yeah, we're getting there with shit.
We have like 12 games out.
Yeah, soon enough, you know, where you can just find out like Kingdom Hearts is just going to be its own entry, you know. So, um, and then for number three, I didn't think too much on that one because I thought about the first three, but let me see. Um, wow. I did like Dream Drop Distance. I feel like it had the opposite issue that Birth by Sleep did in terms of like the gameplay being better, but the what it provided to the series really wasn't a lot, you know, just kind of like preparation for the next one. So um, that's why I don't think I could put it there. I would say Kingdom Hearts 1, honestly. Kingdom Hearts 1, it maybe you will agree with me. Maybe you'll understand exactly what I'm saying. But you gotta admit, there is not a game out there more magical feeling than Kingdom Hearts 1. Like, Kingdom Hearts 2 does a great job in its story and completion of the series, and its world is really great. But the magic I felt playing Kingdom Hearts 1, I really felt like I was playing a Disney story. Like, I felt like I was in this Disney universe, you know? And it felt like just the word I have to use is magical, and I loved it. And to top it all off, the way they introduced the topic of light and darkness, and the way that they were able to do that subtle but still there love story between Sora and Kairi, I think it's great. And then, of course, above all, Hollow Bastion. I think in all Kingdom Hearts games, Hollow Bastion will forever be my favorite world, and they have not been able to replicate that in any other Kingdom Hearts game. I think the feeling I had in Hollow Bastion is unique, and everything that happened there is unique. Like, that's where some of the most iconic moments in all of Kingdom Hearts happen. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Kingdom Hearts 1 on that one. Yeah, for my number 3.
Perfect, actually. I'm of the firm opinion that no matter how bad Kingdom Hearts had been, there is not a single bad Kingdom Hearts game. Like, mediocre is about as bad as it gets.
Okay.
I'll just tell you straight up. I'm just spoilers for future for later on topics. But like, I don't think anyone would disagree that Days is just like the worst. Like, Days is just awful, which is weird because like it plays very much like Kingdom Hearts 2 in some ways.
Yeah.
But it's like everything else surrounding the game kind of just bogs down the experience.
Yeah.
But I did still enjoy playing it though.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Nowhere close to as much as like maybe like what little I've played of Coded, but like it's still high. It's still high for what it is.
Yeah.
So even Kingdom Hearts 1, like a lot of people have to get this notion that like, oh, because Kingdom Hearts 1 was the first game, it's like, oh well, the game's only improved from then. It's like, yeah, but you gotta understand, like Kingdom Hearts 1 was so good though.
Yeah.
Like it still stands up to this day.
It sure does, man.
I can like the thing about Breath by Sleep that like it just doesn't mesh well with me is just some of the characters. And like I don't know what it is. I'm not a story writer. I can't like go into detail like why. Part of it has to do with the fact that like the main trio are a bunch of morons, but like they're nowhere close to as charming or relatable as Sora, Kairi, and Riku. Like I have my favorite characters that aren't any of those three characters, but
Yeah.
like I just love following their story in general.
Yeah, yeah.
Like it makes you give a shit because there's no moment where like you know Sora decides to do something really stupid and your only thought is like, God, why is this kid so dumb? It's more like, ha ha, what a naive child. I can't wait to see what kind of shenanigans he gets into, all that stuff. So, like, yeah, Kingdom Hearts 1 still holds up. I happily turn my shit on and play it. But yeah, I respect those choices to a degree. To a degree.
To a degree. What about yours?
All right. If we're going for top 3 favorites, so I would have to put Dream Drop Distance as number 1 for me.
Really? Oh wow. Okay.
Mostly because, and this is personal, obviously, but for me, above all else, gameplay matters to me the most.
Fair enough.
And that's for any game. That's not even Kingdom Hearts. For any game, period. If the game is fun, you're golden. You can find many games that like have a really terrible story but are really fucking fun to play, and I'll play it like to the end of time. But you will almost never find a game where like the story is great, but the game is so bad that like the plot just can't carry you through it. Like, it just doesn't exist. I don't think you can name me a game that's like that. So, like, Dream Drop Distance, like, is very much a culmination of all the improvements that have been made from, like, Kingdom Hearts 1 up until, until Coded. Like, the command deck was a pretty good, like, it seems so basic, right? Like, just having a button for your other moves. It's like, for Kingdom Hearts, that was, like, revolutionary. Like, and I'll give that credit to Breath by Sleep because that's where it really started. But like Dream Drop Distance refined it so much more, and then flow motion. Like,
yeah,
fuck, man. I'm a '90s kid, so like I'm all about like extreme sports and parkour and skateboarding and shit like that. Giving you access to just like absolute monstrosity levels of mobility, just like Breath by Sleep is just fun. It's just so much fun.
I can see that.
And just for that alone, like whatever else you could say about the plot, like I don't care. It's the game is just too fun. They definitely, besides some things, like in terms of like it's not perfect, obviously. The reason why we praise Kingdom Hearts 2 so much is because it has that same reason to why like the gameplay is what really carries Kingdom Hearts 2 on top of the story, but also game feel. And I think that's like the only thing Dream Drop Distance is missing, because it's kind of like made on the same engine as Birth by Sleep. So that's that awkward, slow floatiness that still exists, which even still exists in Kingdom Hearts 3, honestly. And like I don't know, man. It's if it weren't God, if the games were just more tailored towards Kingdom Hearts 2, like any game that came after it could easily just take the top spot, but it just hasn't happened.
Yeah, they try to kind of like do their own thing, I guess.
So all these other like external neat iterations are like improvements that they made to the series, like really, like I really appreciate it. Kingdom Hearts 3 would probably be my number 2 non-Kingdom Hearts 2 game.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm kind of talking with my gut right now, so I have to really justify what I'm saying. I think as like an action RPG experience, Dream Drop Distance is much more balanced than Kingdom Hearts 3. And I feel like that was by design. I'm pretty sure, and I think you mentioned this before, that like you level up like way too fast in Kingdom Hearts 3. Yeah. And I believe that they did that by design because at this point, like if you've played like every Kingdom Hearts game up until now, like one of the shittier feelings when you're playing like an RPG that's a sequel to like a
starting over,
ongoing story is starting over, and it's like one of the best feelings about Kingdom Hearts is like starting off super weak and then like becoming a god by the end of the game.
Yeah.
And like Kingdom Hearts 3 was very much like, okay, we're just gonna give you that early, and then you just go ham, like basically the whole game through.
Yeah.
So I think that like minor imbalance kind of makes it an overall worse experience. Not a bad, but just not as good as Dream Drop Distance, because Dream Drop Distance was still like hard. Like you had flow motion, yes, but you weren't invincible. Like you would take damage if you just ran into moves, and you took chunks of damage in Dream Drop Distance, even without critical mode.
Yeah.
So like, it was still a much more engaging game because like you could die. Like you had to still be careful even with all this power.
Exactly.
Kingdom Hearts 3 is just like you're fucking Jesus in Olympus Coliseum. You're not even playing Kingdom Hearts 3 yet. You're playing 2.9 and you're already just like unstoppable. And like it's fun, yeah, sure. But like, I play the RPGs for the progression. So with that minimized in Kingdom Hearts 3, I can't put it over Dream Drop Distance, honestly. I didn't think of a third game either.
That's good. It's from the top of your head.
I think I would agree with Kingdom Hearts 1.
Yeah.
Like, KH1 still holds up. I think I already explained that pretty well.
Yeah.
Still a really fun game. Yeah, like, what is there to say? It's the foundation.
It's the foundation. It's where it all started. Let's see. Just based on what you said, I understand your choices. I like, for me personally, Dream Drop Distance. Like, it was one of those games where yes, it had its solid gameplay, but it also had its quirks that really turned me off. Like, the fact that you had a time limit to do anything you had to do before you switched into your other thing, I hated that. Some people liked it, some people were okay with it, but I hated that because, like, I would be immersed in the middle of doing something, just going ham, using that flow motion, and then just falls asleep and goes somewhere else. I just hated that. And like, I would be like, I don't know if I want to say leveling up one character, but like, I'd be getting to understand him, to understand how to best use him and everything, and then it would kick me back to a character that I'm less comfortable with, and then I didn't like that. Like, I felt like I had to just keep reforcing myself to just learn different things, and then when I finally got the hang of one, I'd have to go and play the other, which I now have to recalibrate myself to, and I only have a short amount of time to even make the best out of that. So I couldn't get into that. And for me, I do agree that gameplay is more important than story, but story has to still get me somehow, And the Dream Drop Distance story, just, it felt like it wasn't, like, there was nothing in it for me. Like, it felt like it was generic information for me. And it answered a lot of good things and prepped you up, but I don't know. To me, it felt very generic. It felt almost like it wasn't needed in terms of the story. So the frustration I was feeling from the swapping was enough for me to be like, I don't really care too much for this game. And the first time I played it, I actually stopped playing it. It wasn't until I was doing my replay that I needed to complete the series, so that I could prepare for Kingdom Hearts 3, where I was just like, all right, I'll tough through it, And I played it and I had fun, it was all right, but still, I easily felt what I felt back then going through it again. And this was on the PlayStation 4, so it was, a different experience since then. But still, I felt that little bit of frustration with that.
Honestly, the drop gauge never really bothered me because I think between Sora and Riku, they weren't too like drastically different from each other. Like, I think the only real differences that they had were the way they interacted with their dream years, and past that, they're essentially like the same character, but you're kind of just going through each world twice, which compared to Birth by Sleep is way better than going through each world 3 times.
No, because in Birth by Sleep, it was one playthrough at a time. Here, you're playing 2 playthroughs at a time.
Yeah, that and you're like locked to that one character through the whole playthrough. Like, yeah, sure, you could turn the game off and just reset and start someone else on another save file. But it's like you're playing each world 3 times with 3 very different characters with 3 very different skill sets with 3 very different perspectives in the story, some of which aren't as significant as the rest. Ventus, and like, and then like Breath by Sleep for me, like you even said it yourself that like the gameplay is just not. It's just not.
Yeah, the gameplay is the biggest problem for me in Birth by Sleep because honestly, it wasn't. I like, for example, if Dream Drop Distance separated the story gameplay the way that Birth by Sleep did, but with its current gameplay, I think I would have preferred it because I would have been able to kind of focus on each character more instead of having to just constantly swap between the two. I just didn't care for that. And like I said, I know some people liked it, just it wasn't it for me. So that's why I just wasn't hitting like what I wanted it to be.
I hear you, but like my thing is just we've had much worse. Much worse.
Can't deny
Actually,
that.
even before Birth by Sleep, we had Chain of Memories where we had to play as Sora and Riku with like 2 completely different. It's basically the same thing. You're going through each world twice, but Riku, you didn't even have any control over your deck.
Oh my god. Let's not talk. Let's not talk about that. I don't want to rage. Yes, just yet. Let's.
We kind of got it, but I had to bring it up because it's like, well, yeah, it's the same thing. Oh
my goodness!
Horrible. Like, at least Riku is relatively standard compared to Sora, and like even though you're swapping between 2 characters, their playthroughs are mostly the same. The only other difference besides like the Dream Eaters is like the worlds are also different. Like you get access to different areas of each world that don't even exist for the other character.
Yeah.
I don't remember if Birth by Sleep had that. I know that like they had like places that are blocked off for some characters for no reason, but like I don't remember them having like their own exclusive like areas to explore.
What's up, Crimson? How you doing?
Actually, no, I lied. Never mind. I remember. I think Terra got to explore like the Sleeping Beauty Castle, where Aqua kind of stayed outside for the most part, which is weird. Yeah, okay, I take that back, but it's like still. But yeah, in terms of games, those are my picks. I have Dream Drop Distance above Kingdom Hearts 3, and then Kingdom Hearts 1. If we're not talking, if we were to remove Kingdom Hearts 3.
Sure, okay. Crimson, we're just having a conversation about Kingdom Hearts as a series in general, and we're talking about, the good, the bad, and the ugly in it. So yeah, if you played the game series, if you have any inputs, you want to chime in, by all means, please do. We're just chilling here. Now, next, that does segue well into the next part of it for me, which is, what are your top 3 worst Kingdom Hearts games?
Well, okay, you already heard. All right, so I already told you what. I'm going to go into why. So, 358 over 2 days. Ooh. Very easily the worst one. Like, no contest, not even close. I also will say that I never got very far in coding. So that's kind of just like, that's just NA for me. Like, I can't speak on that. But definitely among the ones that I've played, days. Just by a large margin. And like if you played Days, it's kind of obvious. The game is very monotonous and slow and boring and limited. Like the mission based format where you talk to an org member, they send you off on a mission, they talk to you about what you need to do, and the missions are so dumb. The dumbest, most nonsensical menial tasks like kill 3 bees. Fucking I don't even remember. I think I blocked it all out because like none of the things you do in Days is fun. I don't think there were any new worlds introduced. All the worlds that you go to are old worlds that you've been to before 1,000 times. Um, like, yeah, you get some, like, okay, I did say that there's no bad Kingdom Hearts game, and that's mostly because, like, starting with the positives, with Days, like the moment-to-moment gameplay bits, it's very much just Kingdom Hearts 2 again, but your Roxas. Mechanically, it's way more limited because, like, for some reason, your attacks are attached to your keyblades, and you had that weird Tetris grid system where that allowed you to manipulate your abilities and whatnot. And, like, yeah, it's kind of just worse Kingdom Hearts 2. So it's like, gameplay-wise, it's still good, but it's not great. But it's just what you're doing is so... It's so pointless. Like, it feels like... Like, imagine you start playing an RPG, and the plot is the grinding. Like, the grinding is the story. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, why did I want to do this? You know? Besides, like, you know, unlocking the cutscenes and figuring out what the hell's going on with this damn, like, mysterious 14th organization member. But, like, you know, like I said, gameplay is the most important thing. And even though, like, the game feel is pretty okay, just what you're doing also matters. Like, yeah, I'm killing Heartless in all the other games, but that's not all you're fucking doing in the other games, you know? It's just so monotonous and tedious. Story-wise, like, the important bits, like, the actual plot regarding Roxas, Shion, and Axel, like, I love it. Like, the better, like, one of the best Kingdom Hearts, like, just story arcs in the series. But unfortunately, you have to go through, like, oh, you gotta hang out with Demix, and Demix is a lazy sack of shit. So he's gonna force you to, like, go into Olympus Coliseum to fight some Heartless while he sits outside and does absolutely nothing. Then you kill your Heartless, then you go back to the base. Now you gotta talk to Zigbar. Zigbar is gonna tell you how to fight Heartless, even though you've been doing it for like 3 hours. And it's like, come on, it's so. It's not fun.
I feel you, bro. I feel you. So in order of those three, which one would you say is the worst, second worst, and third worst?
Of which three? I only named Days so far.
Oh, I thought you named three of them. Never mind. So you would say Days is the worst.
Days is, in terms of, yeah, in terms of the worst, number one.
Okay.
Easy. I'm gonna cheat for this one. Number two, Unchained Key / Union Cross.
Ooh.
I'm
surprised.
It's not a fun game. It just isn't. Like, almost, it's practically what Days is, but it's a gotcha. Like, it's the same exact shit. It's a mission based. Like, you go out, you kill some shit. The gameplay's not even fun, and yeah, like, pretty much everything I said about like Days kind of applies to Union Cross, except it doesn't have the Kingdom Hearts 2 game feel when you're playing it.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that it's worse than Days, but to be perfectly honest, I didn't play a lot of Unchained Key or Union Cross either.
Wow.
I just never had a device that could run it. So I kind of just skipped it and just like wikid the plot.
Wow.
So in a way, it's sort of in the same boat as Coded. But
Yeah.
at least I know Coded is very much like a pretty well put together game in general.
Yeah.
So, like, I think I would have to put. Oh God, I would have to put Union Cross as number 1 instead then.
Wow.
Because like it shares all the same problems as Days, but it doesn't even have like normal Kingdom Hearts gameplay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that wouldn't be too fair because I didn't actually play it, so I'm kind of torn.
I know what you mean.
I'm gonna call it a draw.
They occupy slot 1 and 2. Okay.
And I hate to do this to you, but my number 2 for worse has to be Birth by Sleep.
What? Okay.
Oof. Birth by Sleep. I gotta be careful how I talk about this.
I know, because your entire set is about to be invalid unless you make a really compelling fucking argument here.
Alright, hear me out. Because my grievances with Birth by Sleep is the game itself, but also compounded by just the meta narrative of the Kingdom Hearts franchise as a whole. So, like, for you, like, Birth by Sleep was this great expansion of the universe. Like, I understand that. Like, having more, like, we're all for lore, right? Like, we all love, like, the expanded lore of Birth by Sleep. But, like, for me, and I'm sure you've heard me say this before, but, like, I've always felt that, like, if the Kingdom Hearts series ended at 2, at least timeline-wise, I would have been perfectly dandy with that. Like, I would have been fine. Like, the Kingdom Hearts series is just that good. Like, I don't even want it anymore. It's like the most satisfying meal you've ever ate. Like, you just ate this big-ass meal, and you're just satisfied, and the waiter comes and is like, hey, you want dessert? And you're like, nah, I'm good. Like,
All right, then let me stop you right here. Okay. You're saying that to you, Birth by Sleep would take that number 3 spot as the worst game in Kingdom Hearts series because it negates the completion aspect of what Kingdom Hearts 2 provides. So it's not necessarily that the game in itself is necessarily just the worst, but what it does for the series as a whole, you personally don't like it.
Not quite. Because the game is still very unfun to play. There is still that. Like, there's that, but, like, there's a lot of things outside of the game that also spoils the experience. I'll come around to it, but I'll start with the actual game. So, like, you've said before that, like, it's just like a downgraded Kingdom Hearts 2, which is kind of unfair because that's all the games that came after Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yeah.
But, like, I think Breath by Sleep was a downgrade even from Kingdom Hearts 1. In almost every aspect.
Wow.
The characters are just not compelling or interesting.
What?
In fact, they're kind of idiots.
What?
Like, the main trio, Xehanort, Ericus.
What?
They're all just, like, really fucking dumb. Vanitas is my boy. I love Vanitas. I'm gonna spoilers for future, but, like, favorite character, well, second favorite, but, like, up there amongst all the characters in Kingdom Hearts, but he's still just a piece of shit, and, like, in a negative way. Not even, like, it's like, oh man, he's like the Eren Yeager type of piece of shit, where it's like, oh yeah, I'm rooting for that guy. It's like, no, he's still kind of, like, not really a factor in the grand scheme of Kingdom Hearts, kinda. But, it's, the story is very much driven by a bunch of characters, like, really terrible decision making, and I just can't get behind it. Like, I can't get behind Terra. because like, I mean, yes, I get it. To us, Xehanort is obviously evil because we have all this back information from previous games. But like, if your master has been telling you your entire life that darkness is like the root of all evil and you should avoid it, you should never use it, like, why, why and how does Xehanort just like talk some shit and you just completely turn sides?
Because, well, I'm not gonna like argue your things, but I'm just going to say, think about Star Wars, and not just Star Wars. There's a million series where it's obvious that one answer is wrong, you know, but somehow they managed to corral somebody that's not supposed to be corralled into it. So it's not that much of a dumbfounding aspect, you know. It's like it happens in more than just one, and it happens in some of the most popular series. So it's not like this completely unthinkable idea.
True, but that's just Terra. That's just 1/3 of like the nonsense of just like the characters. Aqua, despite like being like promoted as a Keyblade Master and given all this authority and power, essentially, does nothing with it, and literally everything goes to hell because of how passive and useless she is. Like, she literally only had one job, and that was find Terra, grab his dumbass, and drag him by the ear back home, and that would have been the end of the series. That would have just been the end. And it's not like she failed per se. She met with him multiple times. Like, motherfucker, assert your authority and tell his bitch ass to bring his ass home. Same thing with Ventus. Ventus just runs off because yeah, he's a kid, but he's a dumb kid. Like, it's not like it was just this rash decision that he made. He was told, Ventus, you need to stay home. And then he leaves. And then Aqua finds him and says, Ventus, go home. Multiple times. And he just doesn't. He just continues to go on his little bullshit adventure because he's trying to find Terra or whatever. And even Terra's like, Ven, go home. And like, he just doesn't do it. That's like Ven's entire plot. Like, he just leaves and then gets in trouble when he does. Even after being warned that just like, yo, just go home, dude. Like, come on. You're fucking causing the end of the world. It's really difficult for me to just like get behind these characters. And that's kind of just all there is to them. They don't really seem to have like, I don't know. I think Birth by Sleep kind of just failed to sell me on the relationship between the main trio. Like, cause like Sora, Riku, and Kairi, like I love those three together, like as like the trio. Axel, Shio, and Roxas, but equally as much. Like, just the Wayfinder trio, I just can't stand them. Not just because of like their individual like decision making throughout the story, but their relationship to each other just isn't convincing. Like, I don't know. I think it says something when Aqua can't even be honest, and it's like, yo, like, we need you to come back. Like, Master's worried about you. He thinks you're getting some shit. I've been to the worlds you've been to, and everything has gone to shit. Like, you gotta come back home. Like, not even just as an authority figure, but just like as a friend. It's like, dude, come on, you're fucking up. And she just lets him go. And it's like, what the fuck, man? And I get, like, you know, characters kind of need to have flaws to be interesting, but like, it's constant, just absolute incompetence on all three of their parts, and it just, they deserve their fate. Like, their fate is tragic as hell, but they earned it. Like, their bad decisions led them to exactly where they were warned it would be. So I don't feel any sympathy for them or anything. It's just, and that's just story stuff. Like, gameplay wise, like, the characters are mostly, in terms of just like game feel, the characters are sluggish and floaty and slow. The enemy design is also kind of aggravating. I don't know if you remember playing Birth by Sleep, but I very much remember before you get access to aerial recovery, you can get juggled for forever. There's a lot of enemies that will launch you into the air, and if you're fighting more than one enemy, you're just gonna be in the air taking damage until you die. And
good
there's nothing
times,
you
good
can do about
times.
it. It's like, what the fuck? The hell? I think Birth by Sleep has the most flying enemies before you get access to really good long distance magic. So when they're just flying off into the distance and you can't reach them, you just have to wait. You have to sit around and wait for them to come back. And it's those are just the worst kind of enemies. God. In terms of pluses, I'm not gonna completely done Birth by Sleep because like I said, there's no bad Kingdom Hearts game. I do I forgot what it's called, the command styles. It's not drive forms per se, but it's still a pretty fun addition to the game, regardless of what you want to say about it. I do like shot locks. It was a very weird addition. I don't think I would have ever thought of shot locks as a mechanic, but they did it, and it's wow, okay, this is a very strange but fun.
I'll take it.
Thing that you could do. But yeah, I'll take it. Command melding was fun. The beginning of the command deck, just streamlining how you use your abilities and your magic, and the command melding. I really like being able to just combine your magic to make super magic and shit like that.
Yeah.
All that was really fun. Breath by Sleep isn't obviously isn't the worst game because I already gave you 2 worst games, but those few pluses that I can give it, I don't think can overtake the game in game feel aspects in terms of the story, the characters, and then as I was saying with the meta narrative, Birth by Sleep was originally meant to be this isolated side story that was gonna go into the original Xehanort's backstory and how he became what he became in Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. And it was gonna be just this enclosed plot where it's oh, you play as ancient Keyblade rulers and that was it. And it was gonna expand the lore, expand the universe, and it's all that's cool and whatnot. But they instead decided to make it a setup to another other major threat. Xehanort was going to come back and he's going to be the new final boss of a hypothetical Kingdom Hearts 3 if there was ever going to be a Kingdom Hearts 3. And like I said, I would have been fine if the series ended with Kingdom Hearts 2. Birth by Sleep would have been fine if it remained its own isolated story, but because of what it became, now we need Kingdom Hearts 3. Now Kingdom Hearts 3 has to happen because of Birth by Sleep. So a lot of the stuff, the massive, almost 15-year wait between, a lot of people tell you that oh, we've been waiting for 15 years for Kingdom Hearts 3 between Kingdom Hearts 2 and Kingdom Hearts 3 when it eventually came out, and that's because Birth by Sleep made Kingdom Hearts 3 a necessity. Kingdom Hearts 2 didn't need to happen. When Kingdom Hearts 1 ended, it's okay, it's a Final Fantasy ambiguous ending. It could have been bittersweet. It could have ended. It would have been fine. But then then we got a Kingdom Hearts 2. That might just be a my perspective thing because I kind of just completely missed the chain of memories and didn't realize that there was going to be a setup for a sequel. But Kingdom Hearts 2 was also a really great isolated story with a great beginning, middle, and end, and that would have been fine if it ended as is. It wasn't setting up anything major down the line so that we would expect a Kingdom Hearts 3, but it would have been nice. It's oh, it'd be cool if Kingdom Hearts 3 would happen. We don't need it, but it was awesome. But now we need it because Birth by Sleep happened, and now we gotta get the coded. Now we gotta get the Dream Drop Distance, and when you're telling me your grievances with Dream Drop Distance, despite I put Dream Drop Distance as my top non-2 game. The negatives from Dream Drop Distance in my brain come from birth by sleep. We only have these problems because birth by sleep is what it is. So don't blame Dream Drop Distance. Blame birth by sleep. We wouldn't be here otherwise. We'd be playing Kingdom Hearts 3 by now. If that didn't happen. So yeah, I think that's the end of my spiel.
All right. So first of all, boy, you crazy. No. So okay, I understand your point of view on these characters. If that's how you feel about them, sure. How I view these characters is completely different because I don't see their relationship to be something to match the original trio or Roxas and them. For me, first of all, Aqua and fucking the other one, I can't remember his name, not Ventus. Terra, thank you. Aqua and Terra, they were never really friends per se. Like they were from my perspective, they were like good acquaintances and training partners per se. But it's not like there was love lost in there. There was just like a lot of like, yeah, we just we keep practicing together. We have some history. Um, but really, it was really more of like a competitive field between them. Roxas, or not Roxas, Ventus didn't come into the story until significantly later. Like, he is the odd child in this entire thing. He has nothing really to do with them, like, at all. Um, and when shit goes down, Aqua, although she does get granted that position, it's literally her first day on the job, It's like for Master Ericus, he's been doing this for a while. You expect him to have that leadership ability and be able to do those type of things. However, you don't just naturally have that ability right off the bat. You're either born with it or you're not. She was selected to be a leader because or a master because she could fight and she could do it without relying on the darkness. But that doesn't make her a natural born leader. It just means that she's good at what she does. But being a leader and being a master are two totally different things. So I wasn't really looking at her with the expectation for her to be a leader per se. I was just looking at her to kind of be like, okay, she can fight. She can kick some ass. She's better than Terra, at least at that point. Um, Whereas to Terra, he's just a spiteful little bitch, Like, he wanted to be able to be better, except he just couldn't. Terra never really had any leadership skills either. No one did. Not in this series. No one had any leadership skills except for Ericus. Um, you could also make a point for Xehanort as well, but that's just a character on his own. Um, but essentially, as Terra gets persuaded to go about a roundabout way of, gaining his own shining spotlight via literally the darkness, um, Aqua doesn't really know how to deal with this. She's been a master for a day, not even 24 hours, and her training companion who she used to train with and doesn't want to have that awkward relationship with, because it's not like they were that close in the first place. He's kind of doing his own thing, and she doesn't want to believe that he's leaning towards the dark. So she's going to be very ambiguous in how she approaches him, especially because she doesn't really possess leadership qualities. She just never did. um, Honestly, the only characters that I can think of that truly showed leadership quality is King Mickey and Ericus. That's like, and like, well, no, that's not true. Roxas as well. I'll give that to Roxas. Roxas is a G. Um, but yeah, that's about it. That's literally about it in terms of leadership quality. Um, Aside from that, when when Aqua is doing what she's doing, she's literally just winging it at this point. She doesn't know what she has to do. She has an idea that she has to bring him back, but she's doesn't know how to do it. So she's trying to, but it's hard to talk to somebody and reason with them when they hate you. You know, like if you if we're playing and you utterly destroy and humiliate me in a game, and then I now hate you because you just fucking embarrassed me. And then you have to come to me and tell me to not be angry. I'm gonna look at you like you're fucking crazy. Like, get the hell out of my face. Like, who are you? You know? So it's one of those situations where you kind of got to be sensitive about it. You can't just say, "Hey, you know, XYZ." You know? I can understand where Aqua was more like, "Hey, what's up, buddy?" um, things don't look so great right now. Do you wanna maybe see if we can kind of circle back around and see what's going on? See if we can kind of just fix this or whatever. Um, so yeah. So for me, I can understand the perspective of Aqua. For Terra, I just straight up see him as Anakin, just like an idiot, fucking who just fucking allows himself to get persuaded for the dumbest reasons. Like, at least Anakin had a reason, you know. At least Anakin, supposedly wanted to save his wife, but did it literally did the opposite. But uh, Terra had his reasonings. It wasn't as compelling. But what are you gonna do? You're not gonna fucking compare yourself to like Star Wars. But he did have his own reasons. He just realized too late. He realized too late um, what he was doing, and if anything, if I could have one complaint about the characters, is that I don't believe that Terra's character was strong enough to be able to embody the lingering will. Because that would essentially say that Terra as a person, as a hero, was just such a powerful character that once he realized everything, he was able to break free and become who he is. But I didn't get that from him. I got a lot of I'm confused, I've been played, and now I'm even more angry. And so I don't although I would say out of all of them, Terra's probably my least favorite. And again, I don't feel like the lingering will deserves to come out from him. But I guess you can say that in terms of strength, he is equal to Aqua. Maybe not as strong, but close to. And was able to kind of do his thing. Um, but that's really my main complaint with that. When it comes to Ventus, again, he is completely out of this story. He has nothing to do with any of them. In fact, he is the only one who has learned to try to see them both as friends. He's the only one that came into this picture the same way that Roxas came into his world, the same way that Xion and Axel, that they were just like, "Ooh, we're plopped in here. We're just going to become friends now." The That was Ventus. He was the only one that was plopped into this world and say, "Well, let's all become friends." Except they weren't friends. The other two weren't friends. None of them really were friends with him. He was there. And he was there for a purpose by Xehanort. So I can understand where he was fighting for something that no one else, or at least the other two, didn't really see. Um, so it was like a very, for me, I'm not looking at the three of them the way I would look at the other trios. I look at them as very individual characters who happen to fit the narrative of a trio because there's three of them, but I don't feel like that's the role that they were meant to fit. Um, and I feel that Aqua redeemed herself by having faith in her comrades, by saving Terra and or Aqua, or both. or not Aqua, Ventus. Um, I feel like she did a lot just to be able to let things go the way they did, and sacrificed herself for a long time to be able to do what needed to be done, and still was able to keep herself pretty sane for a while. But yeah. And then in terms of Xehanort, what do you mean he's a terrible character? Oh my god, that is crazy. Xehanort, a terrible character? Come on. I mean, Ericus is a terrible character. They gave him nothing. Like, they wrote nothing about him but a leadership role for 20 seconds and a cut scene when he was a kid, and then he dies. That's it. That was a poorly written character. That was almost a non-written character. I don't even know why he even matters. But Xehanort, bruh.
Okay, I didn't. I wanted to let you finish. I didn't want to interject, but I have to defend myself on Xehanort for this one because, like, I may have misspoke, or I may have not given my full piece on Xehanort. I'm not saying Xehanort's a bad character. I probably did say that, but
yeah.
What I mean is, oh god. Alright, I feel bad because I didn't want to cut you off.
You're fine.
So,
I personally want to understand how you really feel about Xehanort, because okay. I am mind-fucked if you really think that he is a terrible character.
Alright. So, Xehanort's effectiveness as a villain and as a character, at least in the scope of Birth by Sleep exclusively, is ruined by the incompetency of everyone else. Like, take any villain anywhere. Like, if the hero just wasn't good at what they were doing, how much could you possibly like the villain if all they had to do to get their way was exist? You know? Like, he didn't really have to do much because the other characters were so just not effective at anything. And I understand, so I think the whole thing started with it started with the competency issue, right? And I think, I know I said I'm not a story writer or anything, but I do consume a lot of stories, so I kind of know what I like and what's kind of good and not good. But I think there is a dynamic that exists with the Birth by Sleep trio specifically that doesn't exist for the other trios, which makes a massive difference to how the way things happen to them are perceived. Sora, Riku, and Kairi were kind of just thrown into the world of Kingdom Hearts with no agency of their own. Shit just happened. They just lost their island one day, and then Kingdom Hearts happened. Axel, Roxas, and Shion kind of got thrown into the Organization 13, and they had this big authority figure to answer to. Otherwise, they could just outright destroy them at any time. And with the Wayfinder trio, besides getting general instruction from Ericus, they had absolutely 100% complete agency over everything that occurred in the story. Everything that happened in Birth by Sleep was due to the characters' decisions. It wasn't they were suddenly cast into this very wacky situation where they had to deal with this problem all of a sudden. That might be sort of true with Ventus, but that still only began with Terra leaving and Aqua chasing after Terra and Ericus choosing Aqua over Terra. Somebody is responsible. No matter what the situation is, the blame can be tied back to somebody at some point, which isn't true for the other trios really. The Birth by Sleep trio, somebody is responsible, And even if you want to say that, like, oh, well, Aqua isn't ready for, like, leadership role, it's like, okay, so why the fuck is she a Keyblade Master then? Because I was under the impression that the reason why they chose Aqua wasn't just because she can, like, smack some glowing balls pretty good, but it was because she, like, was a leader. Like, what?
That's
like,
not how I
if she
saw
wasn't
it.
ready for a leadership role, then why did Ericus make that decision? Okay, now it's Ericus' fault. Now Ericus is incompetent. And it's
Yeah.
like, well, shit, like now I have to follow the story of 3 incredibly misguided characters. I don't want to watch this shit. And then there's this villain who's like so smart and so cunning that like
It's easy to manipulate others at this point.
so easy. Like by accident he just like got his way. And it's like I can't follow these characters because, you know, they could have very easily just decided not to do a thing and then the series would have ended. So it's like that's the major difference between like the Wayfinder trio and everyone else, because it's like they all they had to do was go to bed. They just went to bed early and just like thought about their day a little bit more. There would be no Kingdom Hearts. But
it's just it's Ericus. Ericus honestly to me is the reason that everything went bad. Like
definitely.
he literally just was. How are you like the master for so many years, guiding everyone, doing everything, training? You have your best friend whom you've known to be a little sketchy for some time, and you're just like, it's fine, they'll figure it out. He's not gonna do that. He's not gonna, like, to me, as I said, Eric is the one really not well written character, if at all, because he had so little to. He had the least amount of impact at the most important time in the world of Kingdom Hearts, where he should have been the most impactful, because literally Ventus is only there because of Xehanort. Xehanort brought him in. Xehanort planned everything to do with Ventus. Ventus just woke up one day like, where the am I and what am I doing here and what? And then the rest of that was just kind of, putting in a word in the ear to Terra to kind of, get him a little rebellious and, angry at Aqua for being better, just, and that's so easy to do, it's like, I see him as like Emperor Palpatine just fucking it up, like it's not hard at all for someone like Xehanort, and it just blows my mind that at the most crucial part of everything happening, Eric is just like, yeah, everything's all right, yeah, we're good, everything's great. Oh shit, I'm dead. Well, hope I prepared one of you well enough. Like, first of all, how is this the group you got going? You're telling me in this world of Kingdom Hearts, you have 2 students and 1 random kid plopped on your lap that you are training to be a Keyblade Master, and this is what you got to show for it? Like, I don't. I wish that he would have been involved more, Like, I wish he would have been involved more, and I wish he would have prepared them both more in regards to what was going on, instead of giving cryptic messages to, Terra, like, the eyes cannot see what you cannot show them. And you're like, what the fuck does that even mean? He's like, like, what? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. And then Xehanort is like, that's your master. I don't know what you fucking with him. That's all you. And he's like, stop. It ain't like that. And he's like, what did he just say? And he's like, I don't fucking know. He's like, exactly. I'm just saying. You're the one following that idiot. And he's like, it'd be like that. So, like, I get how Terra was just like, man, this guy's an idiot. So I get it. But at the same time, that's just how easy it is to, manipulate people.
They're all so stupid.
It just, but that's the thing. Like, there really wasn't a smart character outside of Xehanort. And I'd give Aqua her roses too, because she was smart, but she was just trying to adhere to what an idiot had to say. That's my opinion, So, like, I was, yeah.
And then there's the aspect of like the three characters, in terms of like their relationships to each other, isn't compelling in any way.
Yeah, there was no. Yeah,
it's because they're like not really friends. I partially don't believe that because, and it's funny because I thought about this while you were saying it. It's like, holy shit, I never realized this before. But like, their relationship completely mirrors Sora, Riku, and Kairi, but slightly shifted. So like, Aqua and Terra were definitely together in the Land of Departure, like for a long time. They've known each other forever, and then suddenly like Ventus kind of gets dropped off, and you only get like a couple months gap between like when that happens and when you actually start playing the game.
Yeah.
But that's like literally the same situation as Sora and Riku in Destiny Island, where they grew up together, they've known each other for a long time, and then Kairi just shows up out of the blue, and like they become friends. And I'm pretty sure it hadn't been that long of time between whenever Kairi showed up and Kingdom Hearts 1 starting, because like they were still asking her questions in the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 1. Like they still barely know this chick.
Exactly.
And it's like they have a way more convincing friendship, and they have the same exact dynamic. But it's because these characters are way more like charming and relatable, and they don't have some stupid authority figure to push them to do stupid things.
It's not just that, but you got to think of the world that they live in. Like the original trio, they live in an island. All they got to do is play with each other every day, and they're all kids. All they got to do is play with each other every day, and just be kids. Whereas to Terra and Aqua are at least in their teens. They're absolutely much older than Ventus, and they are being raised to be warriors from the get-go, and that's what Ventus gets tossed into. So it isn't like you have time to relax and just be friends in this world, in this timeline. This is a world where, for some fucking reason or another, you are primarily focusing on learning how to fight and learning how to, not fall into the dark side. That's really what this is about. I get that the journey is similar, whereas to Sora goes after, Riku and Kairi, Aqua really just goes after Terra. Like, Ventus is just, he's an anomaly in this story for them because he's not contributing to anything at this point. His story is completely irrelevant to what has to happen.
You're kind of talking about like the characters and their role in the overall plot, but I'm just talking about like the characters and their relationships to each other. Like, why is there why is there like literally nothing between these characters? Like, there's no reason for there to be absolutely nothing. Like, if you were to put Terra and Aqua next to each other and put them in a room, what do you think they would do or talk about?
They'd be like, "So how's training? It's pretty good.
Yeah,
how about you?"
Mindless shit, right?
Yeah, exactly. Not a lot. There's not a lot between them. That's what I'm saying. There isn't a lot between them.
Interesting people.
But the thing is, because they're raised in this world, where all they talk about, all they do is live, breathe, and train for a future Kingdom Hearts world or something. But like Sora, Riku, and Kairi, they don't have to do that. If you put them in a room to talk, they'll talk about exactly what they would talk about if they were on an island. Like, hey, what do you want to do later? I don't know. Want to build a fucking boat, like a raft? Like, because that's what we're going to do anyways afterwards, which is the same thing that Terra and Riku would do.
Sora and Riku in a room, you know exactly what the fuck is going to happen. They're going to start talking shit. They're going to pull out their fucking wooden swords and start swinging at each other. Like, you know this.
Yeah. That's so funny.
Like, there's no such dynamic between any of the Wayfinder trio.
So guess who I give a Papu fruit to today? Yeah, but there's it's just that this their world is different, you know. It's just like Riku or Terra and Aqua. They're just they're past really even focusing on friendship. They're just this is a job at this point, you know. And Ventus is the only one that's thrown in here, the same goal, but he's still a kid. He still wants friendship. So really, the only glue per se in the friendship realm is Ventus, and that's why he goes out of his way to go and find him. Just because he's like, well, you know, I know really not much, but I care about him. I care about him enough to try. And everyone's like, yeah, but no, like this is an adult thing. Go to your room. And he's like, listen, this is adult thing or not. He's my friend, and I'm not just gonna sit here. So I get Ventus's point because he doesn't know much. He's just doing the best he can, which reminds me a lot of Rox's really, because Rox's he didn't really know much either. He's again tossed into this world, wakes up, and apparently he has these friends, but you know, he goes along with it, and then you know, at the end, he's just like, "Well, no, I'm not just gonna sit back here." And not only does he not just sit back, he, you know, fucking pulls that double keyblade shit on you. And you're just like, "Well, fuck," you know. So I kind of understand where a character that's just kind of thrown into this limelight and just shit starts happening around him, and he's just trying to do the best he can for his friends, which is really just Ventus doing that. But however, his role is a lot more significant than just that, at least at this point. Um, Whereas to Terra and Aqua, they are their own thing. It's a duo there, and Terra just is envious, and Aqua is just scared to show him that it's okay that she won, you know, and she just got given this role, you know, and it's listen. When I like got promoted to my role when I was in the Marine Corps, I wasn't I was not like the greatest leader right off the bat, you know. I wasn't just like, "Hey guys, how you doing? Oh, we cool? Okay, cool. Guess what? I'm getting promoted today." I got promoted and now I'm like, "Hey you, get the fuck over there." You know, I wasn't doing that. It took me a while before I was able to properly transition from like, "Hey guys," to "Hey, get the fuck over there" to my friends, because we were friends, you know, and for me, it was almost disrespectful to talk to them that way because, you know, I was like, we came up together, you know? I mean, I'm glad I got the promotion, but I don't know if I have the, you know, at least the gonads to just go straight up and, you know, be like that. You know, of course you have to. Eventually I did, but it wasn't an overnight thing, you know? That's what I'm saying. It wasn't an overnight thing. So that's why I can kind of understand her because like promotion or not, it takes a little bit for you to just develop those fucking balls you need to be able to just, you know, lay the law, especially on your friends or the people that you consider, you know, close to you anyway. So, yeah, for that reason, I can understand her being a little bit more hesitant. And Tara really just took advantage of it. He was just like, yeah, yeah, shut the fuck up. I'm going to go over here now. You know? So,
Yeah,
yeah, Tara was a
but
dick.
like,
Overall,
yeah,
Tara was a whole
exactly.
dick.
Like even when there's a justifiable reason for like a character not being as effective as what they're doing as they should be, the the reason why it ends up happening anyway is because the other character that they have to interact with is
Yeah.
also a shithead. So
Yeah.
it's like I can't get behind any of these
Yeah.
people.
Now listen. So for me, it's Ericus number one. Ericus to me number one is it's the
Absolutely,
core
Ericus
it's
is
the
like
core issue for me in this game, and then number two, it's Terra just being so weak-willed in terms of a personality, which is the problem for me on why he is the one that gets the lingering will, because he had no will to begin with, you know. So to me, that's the like I'm. So I said that I think Birth by Sleep is my number two favorite game, but that doesn't mean I don't see any flaws in it. And those to me, besides part of the gameplay, are the biggest flaws, which is that Ericus was not in any way, shape, or form a stronghold character needed to create a solid base of a hero foundation. Like, you're telling me that this entire organization of Keyblade wielders and masters was ran by this guy? and they didn't fall apart before that, anyone could have taken him down, not fucking Xehanort. Besides Xehanort, I mean, like, it didn't take a master like Xehanort to take this guy down, because he was fucking bottom of the barrel in terms of, like, anything that he really could show that he could do, you know? Like, he just wasn't, he was a lackluster hero to me. So Erica's was really the main problem for me. And then just the fact that Terra just was so weak-willed and just he easily was gullible to everything that Xehanort has to say, and then he was gullible to his own thoughts and just like, oh, I don't know, maybe I'm doing things wrong. Oh, he tricked me. Oh, I don't know what I should do. And then like at the end, he's like, you know what? No, I'm tired of being played. Now I'm gonna summon my will and fucking just be no. Like, come on, bro. Like, so to me, Terra has always been my least out of all the characters in that trio. Terra has been my least favorite, and I don't like the lingering will that came from him. And then Masters Ericus is just a complete waste, like, of a character, unless this motherfucker is actually still alive somewhere and just pops out of nowhere in Kingdom Hearts 4, like, hey, so I knew everything was going to happen the way it did, and I just kind of went away to make, let it happen. But if it went too south, I would have intervened. But I'm actually here the whole time, and I'm here to fight the real problem, the Master of Masters. Now you're going to really see what I can do. If something like that happens, then I'm like, I mean, it would have been better if he showed up anyway. But I mean, if he was trying to hide his identity from the Master of Masters, I'll go for it. I'll entertain it. But really, anything he's shown so far is complete shit. So that's my number one big problem with that. And then, of course, the gameplay isn't the greatest. It's not the worst, though. Like, out of all the Kingdom Hearts games, it's like...
Only because Union Cross exists.
No, not only because Union Cross exists. There's so many other games which gameplay is actually worse. Significantly worse. So... But so the gameplay to me isn't the worst, and the characters aren't that bad, except for two of them. And
but also, to drive the point all the way home, like, now it makes perfect sense why King Mickey ended up being like as efficient as what he does throughout the series, is because his master was Yensid, and Yensid was like, it's implied that like Yensid, Ericus, and Xehanort were like their own trio.
Yeah,
like they hung out with each other, and Yensid was like, "Fuck this shit! You guys are dumbasses. I'm cutting you off completely. I'm gonna do my own shit over here."
Yep.
And yet he not only trained like Mickey to become a Keyblade master. He trained Sora to become a Keyblade master. He trained Riku to become a Keyblade master. He trained, indirectly trained Lee to become a
Keyblade wielder.
Guardian of Light. Kyrie, like, he basically was like the king piece within the chess game that was like the. He
is what Ericus was like, supposed to be. He is what Ericus was supposed to be. That's what it is. He is what Ericus was supposed to be and failed to do. That's all it is. Because he was able to cut off his connection to fucking Xehanort. He said, you can be his friend, but I'm not fucking around with him. I seen what the fuck he was doing yesterday. He was trying to talk to that one girl, and I told him that wasn't a good idea. The next thing you know, she's gone. I'm not fucking around with that. That's your friend, not mine. So he did, So, like, he is what Ericus should have been in terms of a leader and in terms of, like, preparing the Keyblade, wielders to do what they have to do. So...
Absolutely. He has the results to show it.
And exactly, he has the results to show it. So, yeah, it's, to me, the biggest problem, and really all of it's that Ericus was just a shit fucking leader, Like, man, like, they gotta fucking fix his character, because, oof. But,
I honestly do not want him to go back. I hope, like, his send-off in Kingdom Hearts 3 is, in fact, his final send-off.
But, I mean, like, think about it. Why are they showing him so much now? Like, they're showing him like he's such an impactful role in Xehanort's life, but, like, he's dead. He's been dead for, like, a decade now, Like...
It's still meta stuff, but it's more like, because Nomura kind of came out and said that before they actually get into Kingdom Hearts 4, there's a lot that they're gonna have to like set up through like cross and Dark Road and all that stuff. And
Yeah.
all the snacks and whatnot. So it's like, okay. But Kingdom Hearts 3 needs to be the end of his timeline because honestly, if he does come back, like, what do we expect him to do at this point? Like, you've been completely ineffective, like, forever. We already have the leader that we need in Yensid, so you know?
Yeah, honestly.
My sleep for a while.
Yeah, honestly, there's like nothing, like I said, the only way that it would make sense is if he is the master of masters that's just chilling, hiding, and pretending, or if he is plotting to fight the master of masters in his own unique fucking way, and he told Yen Sid secretly, like, you got this, I'm gonna go handle bigger fucking fish, so, you know, if you fucking, you handle the small fry stuff. That's, like, the only thing I can think of, because honestly, like, and that's if he comes back, because anything outside of that, like, hey, guys, look at that, I didn't die, wow! So, what do we do now? Like, bitch, get the fuck out of here! You useless motherfucker!
Like, we'll be at the end of Kingdom Hearts 6 and Sora's about to deliver the final blow, and then Erica shows up and is like, yeah, I did it! I took him down!
I did it! Yay! Oh my god. I'd be so fucking livid. But yeah, so, but anyway, alright, so that's your top 3 worst games. For me, my top 3 worst games, number 1 has to be Recoded. Because not only was not only was the game play the most subpar, the story is the most irrelevant, confusing, and conflicting part of the entirety that is Kingdom Hearts. This is the one game that made a copy of Sora and then hoped the internet would forget about it. They made 2 Soras essentially, and then after the game ended, they were just like, that didn't pan out well. Let's just completely ignore that in every game going afterwards, because I don't know what the fuck to do with it. You know what to do with it? I don't fucking know. Okay, well then let's just forget it. You know, like it was the it was so bad. Like, for me, yes, gameplay is the most important, but story is really up there too. And this game just dropped the ball on both ends, just like really bad. I know like there's another game that I think has worse gameplay, but at least the story is comparable, you know. But this just is terrible. Oh my god, it's just, first of all, it's like a replay of every other of like the first Kingdom Hearts, but it's just way worse, and it's like cut into fractions. But then the story for what happens with Sora, it's just, what the fuck? it's so stupid. It's completely irrelevant to just make a digital Sora so that he can go in this digital computer realm and kill the viruses that are altering the dreams, and then this Sora becomes its own sentient being, essentially like another Riku, and wants to be his own real thing. And I'm like, what? What about the real Sora? You know, like, what the fuck? And then they just completely dropped the ball on him, and I'm just sitting here like, was that it? Like, are we gonna talk about the fact that there's another Sora out there now? Like, holy shit! So, I don't know. I just think that by far the worst part of the Kingdom Hearts series to me is Recoded, because it's just a completely it's a completely useless and conflicting idea for the story. It's the only one I can think of that does that, that creates a part of the story that just is better off left out. And the gameplay is just the most subpar thing in the world. Literally, you're better off playing the PlayStation 2 version of Kingdom Hearts, and you're going to have a better experience than you would if you played like a PlayStation 4 version of fucking Recoded, because it's just that bad. So, yeah, by far, in my opinion, Recoded is the worst. I would.
I have no defense.
I would say. Um,
While you think about that, the thing I like to do to people for those who aren't like initiating the Kingdom Hearts, I like to tell them that Coded essentially just takes place during the credits of Kingdom Hearts 2. Like by the time the credits end and you get that last cutscene, like Coded is already like over. It's like, yeah, that's how significant the story is.
Yeah. Absolutely terrible. Oh man. Yeah. I'm stuck between the final two because they're. Alright, so Days is gonna be one of them. And then Chain of Memories is the other. I feel Chain of Memories by far has the worst gameplay. However, Days' gameplay is not so great either. But I will say it's simpler and shorter than Chains, so it's easier to get through in my opinion. However, I will say that the story for Chains is significantly better. Not saying that the story for Days is bad, because it's, it like I said, the only game that just drops the ball in story is Recoded. But I feel like in terms of like if I just wanted to play something simple, get a little bit of lore, even if it's a little repetitive, I'll play some, Days and, call it a day. Like, that's simple, that's repetitive, but it's whatever, I get some lore. And then if I play Chains, I am becoming frustrated with the gameplay. But the lore is good. The lore is very intriguing. I like it. I like where it takes me, and the boss. And honestly, I wish that they made more games like this, because I think Chain of Memories is one of the only games that chose one of the organization members, or at least a couple of them, as the actual main antagonists, which is nice. I wish that they had done more games where maybe another set of organization members would have been the main antagonist, to kind of just, you kind of get your individual times with each, and that would have made for, like, if they had done that with Recoded, that would have been great, because nowadays, lures make sense, but the only one they did that for that I know of is a chain of memories. So for that reason, I gotta say I will put Chains as on my lowest because of the gameplay. It's just horrendous for me, but I would put it at 3. I think that Days is just too simple and boring of a game, and repetitive, and the payoff isn't that great. So for that reason, I'd put it at number 2. And then Chains at least is a more compelling game. You get to get some, if you like card building in terms of a gameplay function for battle, then I guess this could be a good niche for you. And you get a solid story out of it. So for that reason, I'd put it at 3 as in terms of my worst 3 games, because at least you get something. At least you get a good reward out of that bad gameplay experience, in my opinion. So those would probably be my worst 3 games for me.
I initially felt compelled to defend Chain of Memories, but you did kind of give its due diligence, so I'll just leave it alone. So you can not like it, but you gotta give it its respect.
Yeah. All right, so then let's go to. So that was mine was the bottom threes. Now it's your turn. Holy shit, bro! We're like 2 hours in, and we've touched the first two, and that's it.
We spent like a whole hour on Birth by Sleepwalk.
We sure did. That's the most controversial game in my opinion, because I think it's great, you think it's terrible, and there are compelling arguments on both sides.
All right, so the next part of my favorites list, and I'm probably going to just combine these. All right, I'm going to ask you for your favorite original character, as in favorite character that originated in Kingdom Hearts.
Yeesh.
Favorite Disney character portrayal, and favorite Final Fantasy character portrayal. So, top three, one original, one Disney, one Final Fantasy.
All right, I'll start with the Final Fantasy because that's easier for me. Although Zack is my favorite character in anything fiction, I feel that the one that they did the best with was probably Aaron or Aaron, however you say his name. I think they did him. I think they did his character justice in terms of his drawings, his mechanics, his personality, his voice. Even I think they did it solid with him. So for Final Fantasy, I'm gonna have to go with him. For Disney, King Mickey, like what? Dude, I've seen Mickey Mouse before, but you ain't never seen King Mickey walk out with a fucking with a black hood on his fucking head and a fucking keychain, ready to fuck some shit up. You ain't never been more hyped to see a fucking mouse in a fucking hood, man. I'm telling you. When that motherfucker shows up in this game, you are hyped. You are ready to throw down. You don't even care what's going on. You're ready to throw down. And when they showed him with that gold keyblade, oh my god. Woo! Listen, you can't go wrong with King Mickey. Man. And then originally created character for Kingdom Hearts as a series. Holy crap, that's hard. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's so hard. I don't want to say Sora because Sora to me has a lot of different pieces that were used from other sources. Like he's actually very highly inspired by Mickey Mouse himself in terms of his outfit and personality and things like that. So like I don't really feel he's that original. He's sort of like a blend of different ideas that they had. If in fact, if you check, like his original art style was totally different, just because they were going.
A lion original.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly. Exactly. So that's I can't really say Sora in terms of like for me to pick him as like the one I would say is best. Oh man. Which I guess also makes me feel conflicted about Roxas, because Roxas is a metaphoric copy of Sora. However, I do really like Roxas, but he's still he literally is a copy of Sora, just looks like a different person. But Xehanort is very unique. I think I think his what I love about Xehanort is that he has that thing where he just like he smiles at you. Like, okay, first of all, that guy too. That's the other guy that I'm thinking. I can't remember his name, but the one with the scythe, the pink hair with the scythe. Lucia, yeah. I'm stuck between the two of those because Xehanort's personality is very everyone under me is an idiot. This is easy. You know, he just manipulates everything so well, and his fighting tactic is so cool to me because he doesn't even really move. You know, he's just like, you know, a little sprinkle here, a little wand there, you know, and he's fucking everything up. You know, like he's pretty fucking badass, and he's got such a complex story to where like I found this out from you actually. Like his like he was originally the main character from the Union Cross series, wasn't he? Like his spirit or who he was before.
Kind of.
And
His
then
heart is made of basically the remnants of the player character.
yeah, of the player character from right. So like that's why I'm just sitting here just like what a fucking journey this guy had to be who he is. And even then at the end of the day was manipulated to be who he is. Um I also like Lushu. Like a lot of the villains are actually really cool in this series. Um, and Axel, man, that's tough.
Ooh.
I know that's tough.
All right, I don't want to derail you.
All right,
I'm gonna
pick
when
one.
you say Lushu, do you mean
Zigbar
as
Zigbar
slash Brag?
Yes, slash Brag.
Because
Yes.
I think Lushu and Zigbar slash Brag are drastic. Like, okay, ignoring like my theories of them literally being different people.
Yeah.
They are even if they're the same person, they're drastically different characters.
Yeah. I mean, Zigbar slash Brag. Yeah. When he goes like, you know, he didn't even have to say it. They called him that name, you know. Yeah, what are you doing here, Lushu? You know, so like, so I yeah. So I don't know. I like his character because I like his like chill kind of personality, his design, the fact that he stuck around to see everything and was able to keep it secret for so long. You know, just like everything about him. Like, there's a lot of really compelling stories for a lot of these villains. Like, like Kingdom Hearts is such a good series for that. Like, a lot of these characters are so well written in terms of what they can provide and do. You know, um, I'm gonna. Oh man, that's so tough. Ah, fuck. Ah, man. That's so hard, dude.
I should have given you this one ahead of time.
Yeah.
Like,
that's so hard. Because, like,
real talk, in terms of like Final Fantasy and Disney characters, we kind of have the same list.
Oh, okay. How long did it take you to figure this one out?
So, like, all right. So, Auron, obviously, like,
yeah.
Auron.
Yeah.
Not only just the way he's portrayed in Kingdom Hearts, but there's also just bias because 10 is my favorite Final Fantasy.
Same here.
Auron.
Same here.
Honestly, when it came to the Disney characters, I was kind of my brain was hovering between like Hades.
Oh yeah.
I had a few in mind. Hades, Maleficent.
Yeah, they did Maleficent good here.
Like Goofy is like the homeboy.
Yeah, no, I got so much respect for Luffy just off of Kingdom Hearts 1. Just off of that. When fucking he got struck against and then Goofy was just like, you know what? Fuck Destiny. Fuck the Keyblade. Fuck everything. That's my homeboy. He was
the first to, like,
I was like, that's right, fucking Goofy. Let's fucking go.
I don't think Goofy gets enough credit.
He really does not.
He's the homie.
He is. He is the homie. Like, if I had to pick somebody by my side, if I was like a protagonist in this series, I'd pick fucking Goofy for sure. Because I know he's going to have my back, even when the plot goes against me.
Because, like, yeah, Mickey's hype, and he's badass with his Yoda bullshit, but, like, he's not very reliable. Like he's very much like I'm gonna go out and do it myself, and then he'll disappear for like the whole game. And it's like, what the fuck, man? We needed you like the whole time.
That's okay. I'm here to spread some words of wisdom, and then I'm gonna go off to fuck your sister. Bye. Like what? No, I needed you now. That's so funny.
When it comes to overall Kingdom Hearts characters.
Wait. Which one was it that you picked for Disney?
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with my Goofy choice.
Okay, Goofy's a solid choice.
If you force me to pick someone that's not Orin because you already picked Orin, oof.
If you really want Orin, you can have him. I have Zach for that.
Yeah, there's also still Zach. There's also Sephiroth.
Ooh, yes, Sephiroth.
You don't get much interaction with him in terms of
But talk about one of the most fucking dominating secret bosses in games, man. Like,
oh my god! Actually, you know what? I'm gonna cheat for this one too. I can't pick a single character for this one. But my favorite Final Fantasy related interaction in Kingdom Hearts, period, and it just went by on your stream. the back and forth between Cloud and Leon.
Oh, holy yeah.
Shit. Like, I appreciate it so much more going back because, like, Cloud's character had been just, like, fucking butchered over the years. And especially when Nomura has his hands on him.
Yeah.
And, like, this is, like, that was the most Cloud has ever been, like, until Final Fantasy VII Remake and anything that he's in.
Yeah. And
Leon kind of just snaps back at him. It's like, I just love that cutscene.
Yeah.
I don't have a character for Final Fantasy. I have that one cutscene for this.
Okay. And then what about your... Oh, man, I still don't know my original character. Fuck. That's tough, man. The original character...
You know I want to say Roxas.
I know. I'm honestly leaning towards Roxas too, but I'm trying to just really think on this one because
it feels like the same thing as like, well obviously Kingdom Hearts 2 is the best, so we're not even going to talk about that one. It's like, well, yeah. He's the only character that has like a complete like arc from beginning, middle to end, and he has like objectively the best arc out of all of them.
He is the real savior of the story. Emotion. When everything was going to shit, it took Roxas to come back and smack some bitches around for everything to go back normal. Turn the tides. But I don't know. I'm still... How about this? Split it into good guys and bad guys.
Okay, if we're going there, Roxas and Xemnas.
Xemnas, okay. I'd say, yeah, Roxas is definitely a hardcore choice there. You already picked him, though, so I'm going to pick somebody else. Axel for the good guy. Because, got it memorized. One of my favorite catchphrases, man.
Favorite good guy? Axel. Favorite bad guy?
Axel. Exactly. No, I feel like Axel is one of the most relatable characters, Because good or bad, he's just like, the fuck, like, these are my friends, like, this is our job, but this is my friend. Like, it's a conflicting scenario where you gotta make a tough choice, but, like, he cares, like, fuck everything else. He's always been that guy. He's always been about his friends. He's only in the organization for his one friend, and then he fucking leaves the organization for his other friends when his one friend fucking becomes psychotic, and then even then he saves them. So like, Axel just
Axel is literally just a way more competent Aqua.
yeah. But who has the internal struggles as well as physical struggles, because he ends up having to literally fight them, but he'll
do it.
Yeah, he'll that's the thing, he'll do it, he'll do it.
He'll knock your ass out and drag you back.
He literally drag you back.
He wasn't even just talking shit.
He literally did it, yeah. Yeah, I'd have to go with Axel for sure, man, because that's a real dude right there. And then not only that, but I love both of his weapon choices. Like the fucking two fiery spinning things, and then the fucking keyblade. I thought they worked really great for him. He's got a good thing going on for him. And not only that, but really, if you really think about it, he may play a bigger role in the next Kingdom Hearts games, because he was very connected with the girl that was hidden for all that time, which we still know very little about, and hopefully we'll find out more about soon. Yeah. So, there might be some more interactions between all those characters there. And then for a villain, you know what? I will say this. For a villain, I'm going to pick Evil Riku.
As in end of Kingdom Hearts 1 Riku?
Yes, end of Kingdom Hearts 1 Riku.
Okay.
Because end of Kingdom Hearts 1 Riku, that's just going to be one of the most iconic scenes for me ever. When, like,
honestly.
Yeah, just when, like,
Riku was kind of an effective asshole throughout Kingdom Hearts 1.
Yeah. But just when he was, like, taken over by Ansem, and he took out, like, he had that fight with you, that was one of the most epic fucking moments in the whole series. He was you know what? He was what Terra should have been, because he had conviction. And the thing is that it didn't, like, no one needed to convince Riku what was good, what was bad. He found his own way through the wrong, and then found his own way through the right. Whereas in Terra was just like, I don't know. I feel like people are playing me right now. I'm just gonna keep doing it though. Oh wow, he really was playing me. Well, shit. Well, how do I? Oh, I can't fix it. I'm dead. Let me get my metaphorical, what I should have done right, fucking spirit, to go and handle it for me, because I'm dead. So I'm just like,
it's like the fight between Riku and Sora in Hollow Bastion is like in a more compelling, effective version of the fight between Aqua and Terranort at the end of Birthplace Sleep.
Exactly.
You keep going back. It's the worst version of things we already have that are great.
But no, I'm gonna go with Evil Riku, because I do really enjoy Ansem. I really do enjoy Ansem as a villain, and I also enjoy Xehanort as a villain, as well as you said. What was that guy again? I can't remember his name for my fucking life.
So I said Xemnas, but like that's more of a God. Holy shit! I wish like Xemnas had much more time to be himself. Like, I think that's an issue with like almost all. Well, not no. That's an issue with mostly just Xehanort before the original Xehanort became like the big bad.
Yeah.
Because like Ansem Seeker of Darkness didn't really get a lot of time. He was kind of just like a surprise villain. It was like, it was me all along.
Yeah.
And Xemnas, like, you hear about him a lot, because like, oh, Organization 13, he's the leader, he's the mastermind behind like Kingdom Hearts 2 specifically. But beyond that, he doesn't really do much. But it's like the little bit of time that he gets in Kingdom Hearts 2 is just golden. Like that snarky, overconfident attitude that Xehanort has, old man Xehanort has, like Zemus just puts it up to 11. Which makes no sense because at this time
he has no heart.
Understanding of nobody was that like
they don't have feelings or hearts.
Emotions.
So how are you?
Yeah, but this is the most hammy, like fucking like old queen, sarcastic, catty motherfucker like in the whole series, and he only gets like 4 cutscenes. It's like, what the fuck, man?
So that's the thing. Like, a lot of those things were very controversial because so many decisions in Kingdom Hearts 2, based on nobody's not having hearts, they all reacted like they had hearts in some way, shape, or form. Because the thing is, if you think about it, to have conviction that what you're doing is good or bad, or that you have to accomplish it, you need to have a heart to stick to that conviction. Because logic can be disproven with enough, information. If obviously, if it is disprovable. But and even then, there are moments where characters have changes of heart. For example, when Axel helps Sora, like,
well, yeah, like.
It's just like just so many moments in the series where things that you normally associate with heart are happening when it shouldn't, and it's like very conflicting. It drives me crazy.
All right, so the way I make sense of it is this, because you gotta you gotta think about it in the perspective of the characters themselves. So like, from what the characters understand of nobody is that they were people who lost their hearts.
Yes.
So like, kind of just based on that surface level, it's like, okay, they lost their heart. They're just people without hearts.
Yes.
They didn't have an understanding that like, memories and experiences can allow you to grow a new heart. Like that, they didn't know any of that shit. Like, who knew that like a doll can eventually just become its own person eventually? Like, nobody in the organization did. Vexen created Repliku and Shion with the idea that like, oh, these are just puppets. They're literally just objects. They're sentient. They can think and they can feel, kinda. They can simulate feelings, but like they don't have a heart, so it can't be real. But they eventually develop that. And the characters themselves, like even the nobodies themselves, like they don't know whether or not they have a heart either. Like Roxy literally says, like, I don't fucking know. It's not like I can look inside and check. Like
But that's the other thing, is what is the concept of a heart? Is it just emotions? Is it the collection of memories that make you who you are? Is it both?
Basically. It's like your personality.
Exactly.
Because your memories and your experiences literally makes you who you are.
So then did we have a huge misconception from the beginning of the series when they said that they had no hearts, that we all assumed it meant that there was no emotion? Because apparently they have emotions. They were making emotional based decisions in the series. So I'm assuming what it means is that
the person who was saying that was like Diz, and Diz was just full of hatred and like malice.
Exactly. Yeah.
So like the one unreliable narrator was basically dictating to the audience that like, yeah, these nobodies, they don't have hearts, and therefore they don't have feelings.
Yeah.
And you should believe me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not, but that's not the case. Apparently, from what I've seen, they have feelings that they can make judgment-based calls on. However, they just don't have they don't have enough history to put context to their decisions. So when you're literally born out of nowhere and you have a goal, you can just say, fuck it, I have no reason to not continue this goal, good or bad, because there's no context behind to tell me otherwise. Unless things keep happening to develop a credible history within my own mind to tell me, this is good, this is bad, and I should probably watch out for that. So, but either way, from what I've seen, they've definitely demonstrated emotions. But at the same time, Xemnas himself said it one time when they were like filling up Kingdom Hearts. He said he couldn't wait to feel or some shit along those lines. I can't remember. He was talking about wanting to be able to feel emotions again.
Yeah, it's because they can't tell. They can't tell whether or not they're feeling anything. So, like, to them, what Diz is saying, because, like, literally the only person who's telling people that nobodies don't have feelings is Diz. So, like, when the nobodies are like, yeah, you guys don't have real emotions, and they kind of just, like, search within themselves, like, you know what? I can't fight that.
Yeah.
Because whatever it is I am feeling, I can't tell whether or not this is, like, what it is to have a heart or what it is to feel. Like, how would I know?
Yeah.
So I have to take his word for it until, like, something contradicts that.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna pretend I have feelings.
Yeah.
Because who knows? Like, maybe I do, maybe I don't. Who knows? Literally, nobody knows.
Yeah. Oh boy.
And just the fact that Diz was, like, literally just wrong the whole time.
Yeah.
It's confusing, but it's like little. You gotta take perspective into account when it comes to, like, characters and what they know.
Yeah.
To get a grasp of it.
Okay. So that was yours. My next three is, or my number three is, we kind of already touched on this, so I think I'm gonna change it a little. The number three says, what are your top 5 favorite characters? But because we've already talked so much about these characters, I think I'm gonna change it to, what is your top 3 favorite worlds?
Ooh, I have top 1 favorite. I have favorite non-Kingdom Hearts 3 world.
Why specifically Kingdom Hearts 3?
Because the worlds in Kingdom Hearts 3
are fantastic.
Greatly just destroy
everything else.
Almost, not all of them, but, like, most of the worlds in every game.
That's fair. That is so fair. Like, that is fair. That is fair. Like, so, all right. Top 3 favorite worlds, non-Kingdom Hearts 3. Go.
All right. In no particular order. I can't put them above each other. But top 3 worlds. One of them. Can I cheat for this one? I'm going to sort of cheat for this one. World that Never Was.
Okay.
Both KH2 version and Dream Drop Distance version.
Okay.
They are the same world. But in terms of their existence within each game, they're drastically different.
Yeah.
The Dream Drop, I will put the Dream Drop Distance one over the Kingdom Hearts 2 one because you actually get to explore it, like, in 2 different aspects. You get to explore the city outside of the castle.
Yeah.
And then, like, I know Hollow Bastion's one of yours.
Yeah, for sure.
So, basically what you feel about Hollow Bastion is the same as how I feel about, I think it's Riku's version of The World That Never Was.
Okay.
He's the one who infiltrates the castle itself.
Yeah.
It's so intricate and it's huge. And
and
you have slow motion. It's like...
Nice.
It's fucking great.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to stay off of Dream Drop Distance because it's basically, like...
You can. It doesn't matter. It's whatever top 3 you feel are good.
Okay. I really love Twilight Town.
I was gonna say that one too.
I want to live in Twilight
If
Town.
I could, man, I tell you, that train station would be my favorite place in the world.
Train station, yeah, random skateboards that are just open to everybody. They don't care if you just grind on everything.
That's right. Fucking Twilight Town, man.
Fucking Twilight Town. It's oddly enough, before Kingdom Hearts 3, there's always been this point of contention when it comes to Kingdom Hearts worlds where they're all just empty and lifeless.
Yeah.
And like Twilight Town, despite literally being almost nothing different from like every other world that came before, because there's just no people in the world, in most of the worlds.
Yeah.
There's barely any people in Twilight Town, but
Yeah.
it still somehow feels lived in, you know?
Yeah.
Like they do have people and characters outside of like, you know, the named Final Fantasy cameos and the original Kingdom Hearts characters, just like the struggle tournament, the fact that that's a thing. The people that like hire you to do odd jobs, like it's like a real fucking place, almost.
Yeah.
And also, it's like perpetually my favorite time of day. That sunset where like the skies are just like I want to live in this world.
That's like a miniature MMO at your favorite time of day with your best friends.
Yeah. E. Third. This is hard. I'm only not saying Hollow Bastion because I know you want to talk about Hollow Bastion. I'm gonna just give that to you.
That's funny.
But Hollow Bastion is like holy shit.
Yeah, Hollow Bastion is legit.
I have to acknowledge it at least.
Yeah.
Damn. So there's a weird part of me that's compelled to say Deep Jungle.
It was a fun place. I think it was a great starting place, honestly.
Yeah, I think like out of the worlds of Kingdom Hearts 1, it's probably up there. Like,
yeah.
Probably the second best world that's in Kingdom Hearts 1. Because it's big. The structure is like it's very vertical. Like there's a lot of climbing. You go up this big ass tree. And there's also a lot to explore horizontally. Like it's tall and wide.
Yeah.
I guess the theme overall is that like the bigger the world is, the better, because just like exploring it is fun.
Yeah.
And like I don't know, like Borderland is so boxed in and claustrophobic that like I don't know, I can't. There's not many places like Deep Jungle.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, you literally open the world with like this sliding mini game. You can go back to it whenever you want. It's like one of the more accurately portrayed Disney worlds that we have. Even though it is just a jungle, it's really hard to fuck that up.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know, it's just like fun to explore.
Yeah.
I wish it came back.
So you said so far, World That Never Was, the Jungle, and what else?
Twilight Town.
Huh?
Twilight Town.
Twilight Town. Yes, that's correct. Okay, good choices. I honorable mention Twilight Town as well because Twilight Town is fucking Twilight Town. But for me, Hollow Bastion, long and far. I absolutely love Hollow Bastion. The feeling I got in that game, I feel like that is the world that made Kingdom Hearts, because in this world was when you first get that true transition from exploring Disney worlds and it being a lighthearted game to, no, this is fucking serious. We got real shit to discuss here, you know? so, um, so yeah, like, for me, Hollow Bastion, like, really, just the aura, it introduced some of my favorite characters. The villains were all fantastic in this area. There's just so much that happened in this one world. And it was a little scary for me at first exploring it, but, like, in hindsight, it was just one of the most lore rich places in my opinion. So, like, yeah, for sure Hollow Bastion has to be up there. Um for two, I'm gonna go with Halloween Town, because first of all, I love Halloween Town. Or, just Nightmare Before Christmas. I fucking love that movie. I watch that literally every Halloween. That's my shit. um, that's just that. But also because Halloween Town slash the Christmas place has some of Sora's most epic costumes ever. I love Sora's fucking outfits there. Holy crap, they are killer, man. Absolutely killer. Um, and it was a really unique world where I felt like it truly had a theme. And I had a lot of fun just living that theme. Really, like, I felt like a lot of the other worlds were kind of forced, like like the mermaid world, becoming a merman, or like the Lion King world becoming a lion. I don't know, it felt kind of forced to me. It's fine, I played it, it was all right, but I don't know. I felt like it was such a good opportunity to be your own guy in the Halloween world, and I just had a lot of fun. And this was not only that, but also the villain, the boss in this map was a little bit of a unique fight too, in contrast to the other ones where most of them are like a straight up fight. This one was more like a puzzle kind of fight against him, you could say. So it just, it was a little bit of a different thing to do, and it was just a fun world overall to explore. So it was good. It was a good reliving moment for me. So yeah, I'm gonna go with Halloween Town. And then for three was where I gave the honorable mention to Twilight Town. But there's another world that I think kind of just fits the same feeling for me, and that's going to be Destiny Island. Although you don't get to do too much in Destiny Island, you do get to have some time in there. And that vibe you get of a tropical island with your friends, you're just chilling, watching the sun, every day, and you're just with your friends. And honestly, bro, like, I wish, I wish I could do that. Oh my God. If you're telling me I could go a day without having to work and I just chill by the sun on a hammock, a nice little Corona, just my buddies hanging around. Boy, I tell you, I'm talking about the dream, man. Yeah, I definitely loved Destiny Island, and it was just such a where it all began, where it all ended kind of thing. So, yeah, it's
Like, I disagree. I agree and I disagree about Disney Island for like probably a reason. I don't know. I'm weird.
disagree about what?
So about Destiny Island.
About Destiny Island, what? Like, what about it specifically?
Okay. No. Okay. So, all right. I'm not gonna call it disagree, but I would almost feel the same as you do about Destiny Island if it weren't for a couple things. I like Destiny Island because, of course, it's like, fucking Tropical Island, done. But also, its place in the world of Kingdom Hearts, in Kingdom Hearts 1 specifically, is like, in terms of just like telling you the world that Sora lives in.
Yeah.
This tiny, cramped, like, island that these kids live on and play and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, it's this tiny, cramped ass island.
Yeah.
And that's kind of its role in the story, where it's like,
yeah, I get
these
that.
kids don't know nothing about the outer world.
Yeah.
Their universe is so small, and once you get into the Kingdom Hearts shit, like, oh my god, there's so much more out there.
Yeah.
It's the whole like leaving Midgard.
Yeah.
You're stuck in this claustrophobic city, and then Final Fantasy VII actually starts, and you're in this big, massive world. It's like, holy shit, it's super big.
Yeah.
It's a great feeling until in Kingdom Hearts 2 you realize it's all a lie. It's actually like civilization, and the island is like basically like an actual island off of a way bigger planet, where there's like a whole continent just out of sight. Where it's like just people, and they go to school, and it's just normal. It's like, oh, it's just basically Earth then, I guess. It's like, what the fuck? I thought like the island was literally all there was. We all did. It kind of just like ruins that,
Yeah, but either way, like, the knowledge of there being something out there, that's fine, because you can always leave, but you can always come back. And the thing about Kingdom Hearts is, no matter what happens, where does the game always end? It's in Destiny Island. Because no matter where you go, no matter what you do, ain't no place like home. Small, tiny, whatever it is, you're always going to find your way back. You're always going to feel accomplished and safe and good to be where you are when you are home. And that's where you start off in the game, and that's where you end in Kingdom Hearts 1. That's where you end in Kingdom Hearts 2. That's where you end in Kingdom Hearts 3. That's just it's just how it is. That's just always where you end up being. So, and the thing is, even in the other Kingdom Hearts games, they know there's a bigger world. They know that there's so much more out there. They still choose to go here though, because this is home. This is paradise. This is a place, a beacon of tranquility and of the mission being complete. Whether it's going to start or end, this is the bottom of the climax per se. This is where things are at its calmest, and I'm all about being chill, man. I'm all about being chill. So for that reason, that's why I think that I'm okay with the way that Destiny Island is, because it's too chill for me. I love that. It reminds me honestly of when I lived in Okinawa, which I can definitely see why it was based off of. Because boy, I tell you, it was a peaceful life out there. But all right.
Also, fun fact.
What's up?
If you rearrange the letters of Destiny Island, you can spell it's Disneyland.
That's funny. That's hilarious. Let's see. So I have another one that is the opposite, like your bottom three. Do you want to do that, or do you just want to skip to whatever you got next?
I'm gonna make it quick.
Sure.
Bottom three, Atlantica.
Yeah.
I don't think I have any version of Atlantica. I don't think I have to explain why. Wonderland, honestly, Wonderland is just not fun. Kingdom Hearts 1 or whatever other revisits that you have Wonderland. And
and
not that it's bad, but they butchered Agrabah in Kingdom Hearts 2.
oh,
Like,
okay, so this
Agrabah wasn't that great to begin with.
yeah,
But, like, come on.
that's fair. So those are your three: Agrabah, Atlantica, and what was the other one? Agrabah, Atlantica.
What did I say?
Oh yeah, you said
Agrabah,
you said
Atlantica,
Alice.
and Wonderland.
Wonderland, yeah, okay. For me, I gotta say, Hundred Acre Woods. It is the most useless world in the world to me. I fucking hate it. I thought it was just stupid. I don't even know why it was there. Timeless River was really unimpactful to me. It was just okay. And then the Beast Castle was also very lackluster. Just okay. All right. Whatever. Next world. That's kind of the experience I got from that one.
But Zelda is in it.
Yeah, at the end, like that's about it.
Zelda
Just...
is like the best orc member.
But yeah, so that's that. All right, so what's next for you?
Alrighty. Oh, this one's gonna hurt.
My next one was gonna hurt too, so that's why I give it to you.
Alright. Favorite versus best intro.
Whoa. Oh. Favorite and best, Kingdom Hearts 2. Done.
Alright. Favorite, Kingdom Hearts 2. Definitely. However, and I'm probably gonna get lit of Blaze for this one.
Oh, for sure. I'm ready to give it Blaze.
I love Sanctuary. I love the opening video of Sanctuary. But I think overall, Face My Fears.
Alright. Just look at this real quick. Just look at this scene real quick. Just look at this scene real quick.
Cinematic level.
Just look at this scene real quick. Just look at this scene real quick. It's about to. I think it's about to play on yours. I think it's about to play on yours.
Hear it in my brain.
Yeah, right there, right there. That right there is the most epic moment in all of openings. Period.
I know.
Period. In all of fucking Kingdom Hearts
Especially
openings.
this upcoming. Actually, I don't know. I'm delayed.
Yeah, you're delayed. That's why I'm saying this, because you're delayed.
Sora about to jump off the tree.
Yes, Sora about to jump off the tree. Yes. That is. Yeah, exactly. That right there. That is the single most iconic entrance fucking intro fucking video moment scene in all of fucking game history, in my opinion.
I agree. I have zero argument for it. But Face My Fears has the benefit of having so much more to work with. Because, like, Sanctuary is great as a recap for Kingdom Hearts 1 and Chain of Memories.
Yeah.
But Face My Fears is also a great recap of the entire series.
Are we including the music?
Alright. I do like Sanctuary more. I don't think Face My Fears is bad enough to make it, like, to make me put Sanctuary, like, okay, I don't think Face My Fears is as not good as Sanctuary to put Kingdom Hearts 2 opening above.
Kingdom Hearts Sanctuaries. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Face My Fears is a great opening. It's fantastic. But what you're about to see again on the screen is another reason. It's another reason why Kingdom Hearts 2 opening is still the best one. When Naminé draws Sora into the paper, and then he comes to life, and he starts slashing them heartless, working his way up the staircase, and that beat drops, Get the fuck out of here. Ain't no way. Ain't no way another Kingdom Hearts opening is going to compare to that. Ain't no way. To compare to that, like, just too many epic moments in this intro. Too many epic moments in this intro. I'm just saying. I get it. Face My Fears has a lot to go for it. I agree. It's just so much, like, build up for what's about to be, what we've all waited for and everything. I get it, but
yeah, I'm speaking as an animation / filmmaker. Like, the video along with the music has so much and it's unfair, right? Like, I don't want to feel this way. Like, I hate that I'm saying this. Like, I love Sanctuary that much.
Yeah.
But it's unfair because, like, Sanctuary as an opening just didn't have as much to, like,
wait a minute.
Fancy shit with.
Listen, as an animator, you're gonna tell me that you appreciate more what they did in Face My Fears than the fact that they literally drew an animated character drawing an animated character that then comes to life in an animated fucking paper. Bro. You gotta, like, really think about that. Like,
the shot that always comes to mind for me, actually, the entire, like, section of Face My Fears that comes to mind every single time is the entire, like, days to Kingdom Hearts 2 opening, to the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 2 section with Roxas, Shion, and Axel eating their sweet and sour ice, salty sweet ice cream on the clock tower.
Yeah.
And Shion disappears. And then it's Roxas and Axel facing off in the rain. And, like, that shot.
I just put the video because I'm looking at the video now because
fuck.
Don't get me wrong. I love the video for Face My Fears, and like I said, the music is also good, but it's not no Sanctuary. It's not no Sanctuary. I'm sorry.
I'm not defending the song.
Listen, it's the entire thing. It's the entire thing. It's the entire thing. It can't be one. It's got to be both. It's the package. It's a package deal. Oh, man. Yeah, just watching this now, I'm just like, No, it's definitely a great video. Don't get me wrong. But you know something else that makes, for me, a decision on why Sanctuary is better? Because the graphics we see in Face My Fears are expected. This is what I would expect to see in today's technology, and it doesn't exceed that. It is very refined, it is beautiful, it is definitely up to par, but it is expected. That when I saw Sanctuary at its time on a PlayStation 2 console delivering what it was delivering to me with that badass music, bro, you got to take that into context. That was everything. That, like, built. That was the greatest entry. Like, literally half of Utada Hikaru's fans come from this video game. Because, like, this shit was extraordinary. Like, she is a phenomenal artist outside of Kingdom Hearts. She really is. I used to listen to her before Kingdom Hearts. It just so happened to be that she did this too, and I was like, oh, look at that. That's badass. But the point is that, like, people that didn't know about her now know about her because of this. Because of Sanctuary, because of Simple and Clean, not because of Face My Fears. Because what they hear there is Skrillex. And some people like it, some people don't. But Simple and Clean and Sanctuary, that was her. That was all her, and that was all her doing it so good. So, for the fact that she was able to produce such a killer hit with the producers of this creating such a killer animation for that time frame on that console with the technologies they had in, what was this, 2003? 2003? Bro, come on. Come on. You gotta give Sanctuary its props for being able to do essentially what this is doing here now. Because I swear I could see this. You could do this. To me is what I expect to see today. If you want to face my fears to blow me out of the water, I want to see shit that I wouldn't expect to see in a game for like another fucking decade. Because that's what Sanctuary did to me. Did I blow your mind? Mike, are you there? Are you alive?
There we go. Okay. I think my router has had enough of my blasphemy.
Oh. I'm like, did I kill him with my words?
My internet had enough of my shit. Yeah, I'm just gonna move on.
But yes, that's my decision. I'm gonna stick with. Oh wow, what is going on here? Wow, there we go. All right. But yeah, I'm gonna stick with Sanctuary. You still there, Mike?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, just making sure. All right.
I don't want to piss off the gods anymore. So.
Yeah. Alrighty, so that
was my topic. So
okay. All right, we'll go to mine now. This one is literally called controversial plot. So, for this one, which Kingdom Hearts game or moment or plot was the most controversial to you?
The entirety.
Besides. I'm just playing. No, you can say it.
Okay, hold on. Let me actually think about this. So my default answer is like the entirety of Dream Drop Distance, but like I want to actually get this some.
No, not Dream Drop Distance. You mean Birth by Sleep?
I mean, okay, yeah, I did say all that stuff I said. But I wasn't like super serious about the fact that like all the problems of the games that came after is because of Birth by Sleep.
Yeah,
It's still true, but is it controversial? I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
What happened clearly happened.
Yeah.
When it comes to Dream Drop Distance, though, did it need to happen?
That's how
the way it did. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think, like, Kingdom Hearts had always had this convoluted, had the stigma of being convoluted.
Yeah.
But I don't think it really ever had been that bad until Dream Drop Distance. And, like, yeesh. Like, I will say this. It's like this almost taboo. No, I don't want to say taboo. But it's kind of like if you're a story writer and you've been writing stories for a long time, like, you almost never want to use time travel as your plot unless you are literally running out of ideas. Like, you literally have nothing left, and you're back to a corner. It's like, I need to make a series, but I don't know what the fuck to do. Time travel. And the reason being is because time travel being like this ephemeral concept, like, it's really easy to fuck up.
Yeah.
And it's really easy to make plot holes and contrivances and shit like that. And weirdly enough, once you understand how time travel works in Kingdom Hearts, it's actually like it's so concise that you probably wouldn't believe it's a Kingdom Hearts plot point because like it's so tight. Like, yeah, you can't time travel beyond your lifetime, basically. Like, if you're time traveling at all, there has to be a version of you somewhere with wherever you're going, so that like it's a check. Like, you can't just go anywhere. And it's like, oh, that's cool, and it's unique. Like that limitation, I've never heard of a limitation like that before, and it makes perfect sense. I hate the fact that Union Cross is trying to like lead into breaking those rules, because I think the worst thing that kind of happens in any story is when they start establishing rules to things and then breaking them arbitrarily. They're starting to do that within Union Cross, and I think that's kind of like how they're going to justify shit happening in Kingdom Hearts 4. But like the time travel aspect, as explained in Near Distance, like it's pretty tight. But why are we doing time travel already? You know?
I mean, it's literally the last game or semi-last game before like Kingdom Hearts 3. So at that point, they were just running out of ideas.
They didn't need to do it. They did not need to do it because like they already like all right. As worthless as Coded was as a plot,
Terrible.
they already Coded at the very least established Xehanort's back, and we have to deal with him. Okay, we have our big bad. Why do we need this ridiculous time travel nonsense where it's like not only is Xehanort back, but pretty much all of the Organization 13 is back. Half of them are alternate versions of Xehanort. The rest are going to become versions of Xehanort. And they have like a weird time limit to how long they can stay here, so they like kind of just fuck off back to their own timeline and lose all their memories of any of this stuff happening. So
like, fucking pointless.
None of this matters.
None of it at all.
It kind of just gives away that like, okay, so nothing significant is gonna like come out of this game. We just know more shit.
Yeah.
We kind of just know what Xehanort is up to now. But like, come on. Dream Drop Distance is like, I think its biggest problem is that it doesn't justify any of the shit you're doing.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're going to sleeping worlds and you're waking up. It's like, why? Like, for what?
Yeah.
Like, why did Aqua and Terra smack some glowing balls for their market mastery exam, and we gotta fucking go on a globe-trotting adventure where, like, come on.
To be fair, look at how more well prepared these guys are compared to the last set.
Are you fucking kidding me? Do you remember Kingdom Hearts 3?
Yeah. I think that Riku for sure was significantly more prepared as a Keyblade Master than any that we've seen so far.
Like, okay, compared to the Wayfinders, yes, absolutely correct. However...
Well, that's what we're comparing it to. We're comparing it based on the exams they had. The exams they had was hitting some balls. These guys had to go through hell and back. However, if we see what these characters can do compared to the other ones, I think I'm more lenient to take these type of tests to make real leaders, not just Keyblade Masters.
My question is, though, what could you have possibly done to prepare these kids for what they ended up having to deal with? Where, like, the preparation that they've had, like, Dream Drop Distance is not an easy game, and just like the concept of going to sleeping worlds and unlocking the game organization is not easy as a concept.
Yeah.
So it's like they went through some shit.
Yeah.
But they were so cartoonishly underprepared for that Keyblade War. They got destroyed before they even got to the organization. Like, They didn't even make it to the final boss fight, and they all died. They died.
Yeah, not so good. Not the best. Not the best preparation. I agree. He most likely was taking this preparation a little too lightly. You know what I mean? Just we ain't got to worry about no war. What are you talking about? What war? There's no war. What? Yeah, not the best. Yeah, I agree.
Wait, what was the original question?
I don't know. Wasn't it yours?
This is your question. It was like
No, because mine was the controversial plot, and then after that, it was yours.
no, I mean like yeah, the controversial plot. Like what was? Like,
Oh yeah,
I don't
you're
even know
right.
how
You're
you
right.
worded
Yeah,
the
no,
question.
yeah. I'm sorry. I thought we had already finished
You're
that.
currently talking about controversial.
Yeah, the question was, what's the most controversial game um, plot point or what was it, story that's happened so far in the Kingdom Hearts series? Or, yeah, something like
Okay.
that.
All right. Yeah, my gut reaction was
Dream Drop
Xehanort's
Distance.
plan in Dream Drop Distance.
Okay.
Honestly, the whole game. Like, the game doesn't really do a good job justifying why you're there. And then they just stack information on information on information that doesn't really add up to anything really.
Yeah.
Other than like, okay, so this is Xehanort's end game. Now we're gonna do what we already knew that we had to do and go smack him with our keyblades.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I just couldn't get into the story because it just didn't really make a lot of sense to me. It was. I was like, what the why? Just why? Really, that's the question I'm asking the whole time. Is why? You know.
But for this question, I'm gonna take one of mine that I had down and just like kind of like shove it in here because it's almost the same topic. I had like biggest gripe about the series in general, and for me, I bring this up because it's not so much controversial because not many people talk about it, but it's the aspect of there are 0 stakes in the universe of Kingdom Hearts. Absolutely none. And I say this because, like, you can't die in Kingdom Hearts. You just can't. Like, it's impossible. You could argue that, like, oh yeah, Strelitzia was murdered in Union Cross. Like, no, she's probably floating around somewhere, like, doing something behind the scenes. And she's going to show up again. We all know.
Well, and they die, per se. They go to that white plane.
They're killed, but they don't die.
Yeah,
you know?
It's...
Like...
But they're not. They're no longer living beings. Like they're not gonna come back to your world any day now and just be like, "Hey, what's up?" No, Sora does. Sora does that. Sora does that. But that's because, first of all, he is an ignorant asshole and ignores every warning he gets about not doing that, which eventually costs him his life. Supposedly, we'll see. But he has one reason or another why it is that he gets to get away with that. So
it's definitely bad when it is Sora, like especially because it's Sora. Like this is our main boy.
Like yeah, that's like Dragon Ball Z. Like death is also a superficial subject there. You know.
Well, no. Okay, so the main difference between that is that in Dragon Ball Z, there's a condition. There are not only conditions, but there are rules. Like hard rules to like how like the wishes work in Dragon Ball. You have to actually gather the Dragon Balls. That part has become basically nothing. They almost always have the Dragon Balls at all times.
Yeah.
However, you still can only be revived one time. And most of the time, at least in Dragon Ball Z, the Dragon Balls in some way or another end up just out of play. Like at some point, the Dragon Balls are just not going to be an option. Not only just because, like, either like Piccolo dies or they get destroyed or whatever. But for the most part, like they don't have the time to sit around and just like, okay, well, so these people died. Let's just sit around and make a wish on the dragon. The only time they did have that kind of time was like while Goku and Vegeta were fighting each other, feeding Majin Buu energy, essentially accelerating the end of the world. And then meanwhile, the side characters are like, okay, Vegeta just killed a bunch of people. Let's kill a bunch of people. And which actually fucked things up because they made that wish. It's like, okay, well now we can't use the Dragon Balls because they just made wishes on it. So now we have to deal with Majin Buu. Anybody could die, and then once they're dead, they're just dead. And if we all die, there's no one to bring anyone back. And, you know, death is still a factor. And, like, believe it or not, death is actually still a factor in Dragon Ball. In Kingdom Hearts, it's not even a concept. Like, death is just not a thing. You die, you become a heartless / nobody. If you're heartless and nobody die, you come back to life. If your heartless / nobody is destroyed at the same time, you go to the final world. Which, like, yeah, sure, it's death, but you're still alive. Like, there's a power up there that can just, like, hey, stop being dead. Cut that shit out.
Cut that shit out. That's funny.
Like, there are characters who try to kill themselves. Like, they can't die even if they wanted to. They tried to off themselves and failed because there's like safety net after safety net after safety net to prevent characters from ever coming back. And I think the biggest one is Shion. Shion had no business ever coming back at all.
She had no business being born. It was like someone dropped a little droplet of existence, and the game was like, well, that's it. She's another character. She can't go nowhere. This is essentially pretty immortal now.
No one's immortal. Like, no one... Like, the only way characters are ever going to be taken, like, out of the picture is if they just decide to not be alive. Which is basically the case with Xehanort. Xehanort didn't die, he just left this mortal plane. Ericus could have just stayed in Terra's heart forever, but it was like, you know what, I'm tired of this living shit. Go to Afterlife for my best friend. Just because I feel like it.
Yeah. Eesh.
That's kind of just like a general, like, super obvious just no-no of what you do when it comes to, like, fictional writing. It's like, you can't just keep bringing characters back from the dead.
Which, I mean, but I think that's something that made the death of Sora so impactful, was that we knew that there really wasn't a way to die for the most part. However, the one that could have suffered real death was Sora if he kept breaking the rules that he got warned against so many times. So that when he did die, per se, we all were just like, well, shit, that's it. He's gone, you know? So that really impacted me, and it impacted a lot of people. It's just, I hate how quickly that was ruined. It was ruined, like, in 2 days, it was ruined. They were just like, oh, he's dead, and he's back.
Like, I think it only impacted you because for a moment you kind of forgot that he already died earlier in this same game.
Yeah, but
like,
but the thing
for me, it's like it was shocking seeing him disappear like right before the credits hit. But like it was shocking, and I was just sitting there stunned, and then I immediately snapped out. I was like, "Hi, it's fine." Like,
yeah, but like when he died the first time, he went to the plane. The second time, he was in the plane, and that was it. He was gone. Like, there was no coming back from with the journey he went on, because he did something he wasn't supposed to do. And we didn't really get the full scope of how it is that he saved Kairi. We just knew that he broke the rules one too many times. Whether he succeeded or not to bring her back, it came at the cost of his. So he was no longer going to be able to exist in that plane, which still might be the case. Sora really might no longer be in that plane. He really might have gone. I feel like the only way that Sora technically could be alive is if somehow the Death Angel of the world that never was is willing to, play a game with Sora to gamble for his life because he was helpful in Dream Drop Distance, Like, that might be his only fucking, um, just sliver of luck that he has to even have a chance to be alive right now. Would be something like that, in my opinion.
I mean, yeah, but just that being a possibility, on top of on top of all of the already existing like mortal safety nets that we have in Kingdom Hearts, it's like you literally broke the universal laws of existence
after being warned so many times.
That you get transported to real life Tokyo. Like, what? That's not
real life Tokyo. No.
Yeah. Like, it's still not death. Like,
that's so funny.
He's gonna come back.
He's like, oh no, I'm a real boy.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's so funny.
It's like, how am I supposed to be invested in like what's gonna happen to these characters if literally nothing bad can happen to these characters besides being separated? Like, that's the worst thing that has ever happened to them. They just keep getting separated.
Yeah.
It's like, y'all need to just like invest in gummy phones and just like live abroad. Just live your lives. Just get jobs. Get your own place. Get married.
So
find your own fucking. Just live separately. People in real life grow apart eventually. You just deal with it. Fuck.
Okay, so that's that. What was that question again? Because I didn't think I answered it.
Biggest gripe of the series.
Oh yeah.
It's essentially the same question, but just broader.
Different gripe. Biggest gripe. I don't know if I want to consider it like. It's hard to. I guess it's hard to word, but really, what it is how many times are you going to reuse a villain in a different way? Like, how many times are we going to get 17 different forms and occasions of Xehanort, of Ansem, of the villains doing whatever it is that they're doing? Like, they have been reused so often in so many ways, and it's like every time you kill one, like 6 more come. Like, oh, you thought you got rid of Ansem or fucking Xehanort? Here's an entire organization of Xehanorts. Oh, like, holy shit, bro. Like, that's like too much. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's probably like the one main thing for me. It's just like, calm down. Like, we get it. The other thing is, why is it that these fucking people can never do anything as a group? No matter what trio it is, they always split up. Like, you can't do shit as a group, ever. Like, at all. Organization 13 has it down. Like, they always in a fucking pack. Why can't y'all just, like, team up for, like, 2 minutes, Like, shit. That's really it, though. Like, as a series, I really enjoy it. I just think that there's, like minor little things, Like, for the creation as a series for the whole, yeah, for the creation of a series as a whole, if I would have one complaint, is you don't have to make just sliver of lore for every game. You don't have to. You don't have to. Just all of those thoughts you have right now, all of them, stop. Just stop. Put them in one game preferably a main console, and that's it. And make them make sense. That's it. That's all we ask for. That's all we ask for. Like, you don't need to spread the answer reports through every console. You know what I'm saying? Like, just cut us some slack, man. We ain't all got that much money. But I digress. All right. So, number 6 for me. Jesus, we're only halfway.
You actually number these? I just like have stuff.
Well, I just wanted to make sure we at least had 10. So, but some of these will go a lot quicker, I think. Number 6. What game does the most for the series as a whole?
E.
Yeah. Yeah.
Arg.
I'm going to go first on this one. I'm going to say Birth by Sleep.
You know what? I agree.
Yeah.
In a negative sense.
Nonetheless.
Honestly, we covered this already.
Yeah, we did. We don't even have to go into detail. We agree. You understand the reasons why I think it's a good thing that it expands the universe, and we also understand the bad reasons on why it expands the universe. We both agree. Birth by Sleep does it all.
I will clarify though. I have nothing against expanding the universe, but like.
But could it have been as...
Okay. It's more of what Birth by Sleep ultimately did for the series as opposed to what it was at the time.
Well, it definitely opened the doors for a lot more to come in, because Kingdom Hearts 2 pretty much sealed the deal. So Birth by Sleep really gave the universe a huge chance to explode and explore and find what it is itself, you know? Because I'm sure fucking the creator didn't really know what the hell it was at the time either. But through time and, you know, practice and exploration, he figured it out in one way, shape, or another. And now we have this beautiful, beautiful, ever-expanding world that is Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, like, I didn't always have this, like, violent, negative feeling towards Birth by Sleep. Like, I loved the game when I played it, but, like, I'm more of just speaking of, like, okay, after I finish Kingdom Hearts 3, and I zoom out, and I see how the fuck did we get Birth by Sleep is kind of just how, like, the issues that Kingdom Hearts 3 has began. Like, it started here.
But even then, the most of the issues that I hear, besides the regression in gameplay, seems to be with just the trio themselves. And honestly, who cares about them? You know, it's about what the lore does. It's about the introduction to what's behind Sora, what's behind the original trio, and why it is that it is where it is, and how can we make that world grow. So, I mean, I think for that reason alone, that makes this game one of the most important ones, if anything. Okay. Should I jump to the next one?
Let's see. Yeah.
Okay. Number 7. Games with best soundtrack, gameplay, character design, etc. Which, let's start with these 3, I think. Game with the best soundtrack. What do you think? And I'm not talking about intro.
Yeah, overall, just in-game.
Yeah.
Boss music, all that stuff.
Yeah.
I don't about best because I don't know enough about music. But Kingdom Hearts 2. Like, all of the soundtracks involving the organization is just.
Honestly, I really like Birth by Sleep's soundtrack.
I like it, but I only like it less because there's kind of this obvious. We're going to try to give the game musically the same tone as like Kingdom Hearts 1. Kingdom Hearts 1's tone was very lighthearted, very like, and it's good.
Yeah.
But like, my favorite shit is when shit starts getting real. And
Yeah.
that was Kingdom Hearts 2. Most of Kingdom Hearts 2.
Let's see. And then, favorite gameplay out of all the Kingdom Hearts games? For me, I'm just gonna straight up answer Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yeah.
There's nothing to me more fun than unlocking and leveling up my forms, like Valor form, Wisdom form, Final form, Master form. That shit was so fun. I loved the hell out of it. I most of my hours playing the game was just leveling it up because I wanted the base Sora to be able to do all of the things that they could do.
I thought about this, and like, I couldn't believe that I even came to this conclusion. But like, I feel like if Kingdom Hearts 2 had flow motion, it would actually be worse off.
No, oh yeah, 100%, 100%, yeah.
Like, flow motion is probably the greatest like greatest mechanical addition that has been put into Kingdom Hearts. But if you add that shit to 2, nah, I think that just takes away from the game.
Yeah, no, I slow motion was okay. Like I appreciated it where it was, but I could do without in other games because it gives the opportunity for more to be explored, and I'm okay with that. Let's see, and then the last one out of these was, which game had your favorite character design? I'm gonna go with Birth by Sleep as well. Actually, like the characters or not, their design was pretty fucking cool. Are you thinking?
I'm thinking.
Okay. It got quiet. Now I'm paranoid every time it gets quiet.
I agree with Kingdom Hearts 2, not because of the characters, but the nobodies.
Oh. Well, I had said Birth by Sleep, but...
Like you said,
yeah.
Well, yeah, Kingdom Hearts 2. Again.
Okay.
Because nobodies.
Yeah. Yeah, Nobodies was a great concept.
Because I think, like, the nobody minions are kind of just, like, the true representation to what we thought the nobodies were. Because, like, the whole thing of, like, you know, Organization 13, nobody's having emotions, like, well, that only applies to the Organization 13 members. That's what makes them special. That's why they have human form, because they, like, have the capacity to develop parts for their own.
Yeah.
The nobodies actually are the ones that don't have feelings, they don't have emotions.
Yeah.
And they don't have minds of their own.
Yeah.
So it's like, the concept is still there, it just doesn't apply to the characters that we wish they did.
Yeah.
But also, just aesthetically, them being the opposites to Heartless is just, like, perfect.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have one you want to go with next, or do you want me to go to the next one?
Favorite boss fight?
Oh shit. Uh, I can tell you my least favorite.
Least and favorite and least favorite boss fight.
Okay, well, my least favorite by far will, uh, uh, Ursula. Just all Ursula. Just all Ursula every time.
Every version of Ursula.
Every version of her. I absolutely hate that bitch.
Kingdom Hearts 1, Chain Memories, Re-Chain Memories,
Yep.
Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yep.
I don't even know if she's encoded. I'm going to assume she's encoded.
Yeah. Yeah. Just every version of Ursula. I fucking hate that bitch.
Distance.
Oh my god. I fucking hated her. Oof. My goodness. I hated her.
God damn it.
My favorite boss fight, though. Fuck. I'm trying to think of a boss fight that I was like really happy about. I will say really quickly, as cool and as pretty as the boss fights were in Kingdom Hearts 3, like the final boss fights, I didn't really feel it so much, you know? So
Yeah.
that's a shame. But you know what? I'm gonna say my favorite boss fight has to be Roxas versus Axel when Roxas unlocks his 2 Keyblades. That was a sick fucking moment. That was like, oh shit, here we go. Let's fucking do it. Yeah, the experience was cool. The fight was alright, but you know, in terms of if we're looking for difficulty, then I don't even know why we're asking that, because just Sephiroth. That's what. But
well, my least favorite is kind of like it's because of the difficulty, but it goes too far. That's Mysterious Figure in Birth by Sleep. Fuck! Mysterious Figure in Birth by Sleep. Holy shit. Not just because it's hard, but the fight is just unfun. It is the least fun you'll ever have with a boss fight.
That's how I felt in fucking what's that game? In Elden Rings.
Yeah.
Like I've had worse bosses that are way harder, but
You
that
thought
specific
Dark
one
Souls
was
bad?
not fun. I hated that guy.
You think having to roll around constantly to get around enemies to exploit their weaknesses and then hit them when they're vulnerable? Imagine that, but like they have no weaknesses and they're only vulnerable for like 2 seconds out of like 3 minutes at a time. And everything else in between is just you rolling from instant death.
Thanks for the follow, Rise and Phoenix
option
Odyssey.
to like fight them other than like speedrun strats and glitches.
Yeah.
So unfun. I wasn't even satisfied beating it. I did not feel good even beating that boss.
That's literally how I felt when I beat the one like thing. I was like, when I beat it, I wasn't like, yay, I beat it. I was like, fuck that guy. Fuck him. If I see his body in the ground, I want to stomp on it and teabag it a few more times. Because fuck that guy. That's how I felt after I beat him. The other one that was significantly harder was actually fun. So when I beat it, I was actually happy. But that one, nah, fuck that. I completely understand that feeling, bro.
This one's cheating.
Okay.
But basically, all phases of Zenith. Mars 2. Like, just the scope. Like, this motherfucker. Not even, like, screw Zemnis. Basically, when you enter that fight, it's that feeling, and it's that, like, reward when you get to the end of the game. And the game doesn't even care whether or not you actually put in the work to get to this point. You just feel like a god during that fight. And not even just, like in a gameplay sense, but just sort of, like, alright, if you watch Death Battle, right? And they talk about, like, character feats and shit like that, like, Sora hadn't done anything remotely, like, super extravagant in terms of, like what he does in the cutscenes. Like, I don't know if you're into, like, power scaling and stuff like that, because I watch a lot of, like, anime debates where people just talk about, like, oh, who will win the fight.
Yeah.
And they take, like, character feats and whatnot, compare them to each other to see how well they fight each other. Sora doesn't have any, like, super amazing feats in, like, Kingdom Hearts 1 or Champion or anything like that. And through most of Kingdom Hearts 2, it's like, kinda, sometimes, but not really. And then you enter the final Zemnis fight. And the first thing this motherfucker does is slice through 7 buildings. Like, they weren't even there. Like, they were made of paper or some shit. And you're like, what the fuck? Why am I so powerful all of a sudden? Like, what?
Wait, Sora slices through 7 buildings?
Sora does. Yeah.
I don't remember that at all.
You don't remember that?
No.
When you first, in the, like, literally, after you beat Zemnis the first time, because the first time you fight Zemnis, like, 5 times. You fight Zemnis in that, like, city area initially, and it's just a one-on-one fight between, like, you and Zemnis. The second time you fight, it's you, does Donald and Goofy join you? I don't think Donald and Goofy join you. But, like, there's a reaction command where you're running forward initially, and, like, the first thing you see is that, like, the camera zooms out, and this gigantic fucking dragon attached to a bunch of giant building laser cannon things.
Oh my
all the way
god!
Out in the distance, and you're running towards it, and he starts, like, summoning these buildings to try to stop you in your way, and there's, like, 7 of them stacked, like, on top of each other.
Bro, I just remembered.
Yeah. That shit.
Not only did I just remember that, I also remembered that final fight against Zemnis. I don't know what I was thinking. That's by far the greatest fucking fight scene in most games I know.
Most video games.
Yeah. That shit was fucking epic. I'm talking about, like, you and Riku teaming up to fight this guy was one of the most fucking epic moments in... I literally, like... When I played this and I beat, like, the second time I played it, I recorded that fight on VHS. Like, I literally I put the VHS to record, and I have on VHS somewhere a recording of me beating Zemnis, the final fight, on the VHS tape because of how fucking amazing it was, and I wanted to watch that video on repeat over and over again. That's how fucking amazing that fight was. I can't believe I forgot that. Holy shit.
You forgot.
Yo, I straight up forgot. But
can I really explain this to you?
Yo, I straight up forgot. Because, like, for some reason, I keep thinking of Zemnis in the world that never was. And, like, I couldn't see past that in my mind for some reason. But I just remembered, like, fucking Sora and, like, Riku, like, just... fucking back to back, taking hits for each other, doing some cool fucking flips, freeing each other from captivity from like, they made Xehanort, or not fucking Xehanort, Zemnis, they made Zemnis such a fucking badass in this fucking fight, just doing what he was doing. But also, they made Riku and Sora such fucking badasses for being able to have such amazing chemistry and fight the way they did there. Oh my god. How could I forget that? I'm ashamed of myself. Wow, I am so sorry to the viewers. Just because I can't believe I forgot something so crazy like that.
And for me, one aspect of it that I really appreciate, and this is going to sound weird, it's something I call the Kid Buu syndrome. Like, if you watch Dragon Ball Z, the Buu saga, the number one complaint that everybody shares about the Buu saga is it's too goddamn long and drawn out. Like, Majin Buu just doesn't fucking die. They just can't get rid of this motherfucker. And like, when you finally get to Kid Buu, it's kind of like this exhaustive, like, oh my god, please just kill this motherfucker, end it. And I think for some reason in my brain, it just enhances the experience of just like watching them barely like scrape by.
Yeah.
Because it's like, yeah, I'm here to watch these motherfuckers struggle.
Yeah.
Like, that's the whole point.
Yeah, I love the scene. I love the scene when they were both just like, what? Not even Super Saiyan 3. Like, they literally took turns while they got their asses whooped so the other one could just recover just enough to then get his ass whooped.
We even had to use a version of Majin Buu himself, and that wasn't even working.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my god, like, I'm exhausted. Yeah. I feel like them right now.
Yeah.
And the Xemnas fight does that perfectly as well, because, like, once you get to that last phase, and Xemnas just shows no sign of exhaust, it's like, okay, fine, I'm gonna just beat your ass personally.
Yeah.
And he's just zipping around faster than ever, like, oh my god, he doesn't slow down. Oh my god, there's lasers everywhere. Oh my god, Sora's been kidnapped. I have to play as Riku temporarily. Like, fuck.
Yeah.
And then you have, like, the laser room attack, where you're literally blocking lasers for 45 seconds straight. It's like, what? Like, die already.
If I had one complaint, it's a slight complaint too. It's that one of the forms you fight, it's literally just him sitting on a chair. And you just like, okay, I'm just gonna come up to you and whoop your ass while you're sitting down, and you just do that until that form dies, and you go to the next one. I liked it because it was like a break from getting my ass whooped, you know. But but at the same time, I kind of just like do something, bro. Like you're just sitting there. Like, what's the point, you know?
I have a minor complaint on top of your complaint. It's like on top of the same complaint.
Oh.
So like, I would have been cool with him just like sitting in the chair doing nothing and just laughing at you as you're trying to kill him. But like, if you look around him, he's sitting on a throne.
Yeah.
And the throne is made of all the other Organization 13 weapons.
Yeah.
And he doesn't even use them. It's like
nothing, just like, nothing.
Like, you have this stuff and you're not even using it. Like,
he's just staring at you.
Like, he throws up his barrier, he swings his sword once, and then that's it.
It's like the creators were just like, all right, so when this boss comes, he's gonna sit here and he's gonna launch weapons at you from all angles. And somebody was like, bro, can I catch a fucking break? And he's like, I mean, I guess. So we'll just not do nothing with the weapons. Just sits there. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah. Okay, we'll do that.
It would have been sick. But like,
that's so funny. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I have to agree with you. That's probably the best fight scene and boss fight scene in just like most games I could even think of, because it was so satisfying. Because the thing is, this wasn't just a boss fight for this game, you know? This was a boss fight for this series. This was from the beginning. Like, we watched these guys go from opposite ends of the spectrum to finally reuniting, and after trillions of games, finally reuniting, and then you got to be in the same team together, and not only be in the same team, but fight with both of them collectively. Like, it was such a fulfilling moment against the bad guy who was there. I mean, yeah, he was the bad guy for this game, but he was running shit for a minute, you know? So, like, it just felt wholesome. Like, it was, like, full circle, you know? To finally be able to do everything together and fight this boss of a badass bad guy that just... it was just so good, you know? And I wish... I can't tell you. I can't even think of another game that gave me such a fulfilling boss fight like that. Just, like, off the top of my head. I can't even think of one.
And you know what? I have to say this for people who have not played Kingdom Hearts before. If you ever, get into Kingdom Hearts, this is just a personal recommendation. because for me, I did this unwillingly initially, but like looking back, it was for the best because this moment kind of hit me way harder than it ever should have. But like, I played Kingdom Hearts 2 before I got to play Chain of Memories. So that moment, because like, mind you, because this goes back to what you were saying, where it's like the whole story began with these kids suddenly getting like fucking whisked away from their island. They all get separated and they're just trying to reunite. That's all they want to fucking do.
Yeah.
And Kingdom Hearts just keep happening around them.
Yep.
And it's like, God damn it, we just want to go home.
We just want to go home.
And there's like 2 whole games of this shit.
Yeah.
And it's not until like near the end of Kingdom Hearts 2 where you finally find your friends, but you're still already in the middle of this, like, basically waging war against Organization 13. And it's like, okay, if we can just finish these assholes off once and for all,
we can go home.
Finally, just rest. For fuck's sake. We finally found Riku. Like, Jesus, just not having Riku for, like, not even knowing where this asshole is the whole game until just now.
And you know, it's full circle because that's literally what they say at the end. When the cutscene happens and Sora falls from the sky and Kairi is there waiting for him and
we're fucking home.
Yeah, she's like, we're home. And he's like, yeah, he gives her fucking thing back. And it's just like, yo, that's all we've been fucking wanting for like 3 games now. Just like, let me get my ass home again, man. Like, fuck.
But because I never played Chain of Memories, that moment when you take control of Riku when fighting Xemnas was the first time you play as Riku ever.
Oh, I see.
And that hits you so much harder.
Yeah.
Like, I'm tearing up right now.
I know, right? Honestly, I'm not telling you to not play Chain of Memories or Rechain of Memories.
I'm not saying
I would recommend, listen to me. I would recommend play Kingdom Hearts 1, then play Kingdom Hearts 2.
Go
straight to 2. And that's it. That's all you gotta do. Play Kingdom Hearts 1, and then play Kingdom Hearts 2, and then you're done. If you want to get more into the lore, then after that playthrough, do another playthrough where you do one chain, 2.
Yeah. It's like, okay, if you want to answer this question.
No, because I think Kingdom Hearts 2 does a really good job at wrapping the series up. Like, if they have questions, it's totally outside of Kingdom Hearts 2. At that point, you're better off just skipping straight to fucking, Birth by Sleep. So.
Well, they do reference the fact that, like, well, Sora's been asleep, and a lot of shit has happened between then and now. And they kind of hint at it multiple times. Like, well, what the fuck happened? What did I miss?
Well, just watch the fucking Sanctuary video.
that guy is what you
right there. That, like, you see?
What the fuck is
there you go. Yep. Yep. No, but, that's my recommendation. Kingdom Hearts 1, Kingdom Hearts 2. If you care about the rest of the games or lores or future of it, then, go back, play it properly, like Kingdom Hearts 1, Chain, 2, Birth, whatever the fuck else comes after that. Just keep it going, and
Sanctuary actually made me think that Naminé was evil.
Oh wow!
Like, this bitch trapped Sora in a dome. Fuck this bitch! I'm gonna kill her next time.
Yeah, but yeah, that's good, man. Just good reminiscing there. Like, Kingdom Hearts 2 is its own topic, really. Let's see. Oh, okay. I'll go next. Number 8 for me. If you could change one thing about...
I have the same thing.
about your favorite or worst game, what would it be?
Oh my god.
It's not both. It has to be favorite or worst. You have to change one thing, which means it's going to impact the series the best way possible. So you either have to change one good thing to make it even better so that it affects the series better, or change one bad thing to make it better and affect the series a lot better.
How in depth are these changes? Like, am I like time traveling God, where it's like you get to be God for like 1 hour, and you can zap one thing into existence that'll affect the rest of the timeline, right? Or are there more limitations?
Well, okay, so because it specifically says game, so you got to stick to one game, right? And then you got to think about what one thing in that game you want to change. So, whatever it is, as long as it encompasses that one thing, it has to ripple effect everything else. Excuse me, ripple effect everything else to make it better.
Super easy. Birth by Sleep needs Kingdom Hearts 2 physics. That's it. That's all it needs. I would shut the fuck up about literally every other aspect of Birth by Sleep.
I think that would make Birth by Sleep as a game better. But I still think that what the game does within itself stays the same, because its effect outside of itself stays the same. But it does make Birth by Sleep itself, the game, better. So for that, I agree with that. For me,
well, I gotta explain a little, because it's like part of my grievance with Birth by Sleep is that it plays like Kingdom Hearts 1 but worse.
Yeah.
And the worstness comes from the fact that, like, I gotta get into specifics. So, like, in Kingdom Hearts 2, if you jump and you swing your Keyblade, you'll thrust yourself forward a little bit, but that's about all that will happen. You essentially do your normal jump arc, and if you don't hit anything, you kind of just swing and you just fall to the ground simultaneously. In Birth by Sleep, you jump, you swing your Keyblade, all of your momentum comes to a complete halt. You're just floating in midair for a second.
Yeah.
And you can't do anything until that swing is over. And it's not until, like, a whole second after that swing is over do you even start to fall to the ground.
Yeah, float down, yeah.
And
a lot more floating.
Tiny shit like that builds up to make the game feel sluggish and shitty.
And not just that, but harder. If you put it on harder difficulty, they're gonna fuck your shit up, bro. Like,
yeah,
they're gonna take advantage of every second, literally.
And it's only that way because a whole new team of people made Birth by Sleep. That is the Kingdom Hearts 2 people.
Yeah.
And that team went on to create every other Kingdom Hearts game that came after, which is why they all feel the same, including Kingdom Hearts 3. Kingdom Hearts 3 has that same exact problem. If Birth by Sleep has that, every game that comes after.
See, but then that's what you're supposed to change. You want to change the fucking creators of Birth by Sleep. There we go.
That's my change.
There you go.
The team is gone.
God.
You gotta use the same people.
There you go. For me,
but it has to start with Birth by Sleep.
For me, if I was going to create, if I was going to change one thing, it also is Birth by Sleep, and I've touched on this already, and that's a complete revision on Ericus's role, because I feel that he was just the most important, yet the most least used properly character in the entire series. Like, he literally could make and break the entire series if used properly, and I feel like he was just abused, how terribly they used him as a character and in the story. I feel like if they had used him, like, if you fix his role, you inadvertently change everyone else's role. And you could still keep the same narrative, the same idea, the same functions, everything you want. But just how it's written, how it's delivered, the pacing, the character development, all of that could have turned out completely different and ideally better if you just wrote Ericus better with better explanations and dialogue, and just that would be my one thing. If I could go back and fix anything, would be Ericus and how he is represented and what he does for the game, for the series as a master. Like, what? Sheesh, man. Like, just drop the ball, man. That's like the one thing.
Is the question supposed to regard to like the story, like the mechanics of not like the games, but like the plot, like the universe of Kingdom Hearts?
The universe of Kingdom Hearts, because like
Okay.
because yes, I'm talking about one game, but it's because it want it to affect this series as a whole. And if I feel if you fix Ericus, it fixes the trio, it fixes the dynamic they have, as well as the dynamic with Xehanort, which overall makes every game going forward after that a lot more practical and better, in my opinion.
Yeah, so my change had to do with like gameplay quality.
But that's fair. Changing that's a completely fair one. Changing the mechanics of because for me, I'm talking story wise here. For you, you're talking gameplay wise, which is another very important aspect of the Kingdom Hearts series, which is perfectly fine.
If I were to switch angles though, I would remove the safety nets of death.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Despite being a Disney game, people need to die. Sacrifices and choices and stuff like that needs to matter. And it just never does in Kingdom Hearts. And it's infuriating.
I would also consider the idea that there is more than one set of bad guys. Like, instead of reusing Xehanort 1,000 times in different forms, maybe there's a different person who also doesn't fucking like Ericus. Who also. Because, like, the thing is, Star Wars is limited to the rule of two. No one else. So why do we still practice that? You know?
And what's stupid is that we already have them. They were here first. Why is Maleficent doing absolutely nothing?
Nothing, just watching. You went through 100 games, and Maleficent's still just like, I'll come back later. We'll figure this out later. You know? So first of all, okay, I'm hoping they do use her. But it is perfectly acceptable to introduce a different villain that also may have power over the Heartless. There cannot possibly be one being that has control over all Heartless. They are something that die and that somebody that powerful can control. You're telling me there's no other powerful being out there that can control them but these guys that just happened to go through this? Like, there's never been anyone else? I'm sure you can create a different villain who has been like, you know what? I do fucking hate these people. Let me fucking get these Heartless up and do some shit. Because now you're giving me variety. I mean, at least just don't reuse the same villain over and over again in different forms. And like you said, using the fucking time travel trope just to get out of it, just to make a feasible explanation. Like, that's just stupid.
Which they didn't even need. Like, they already established that, like, oh yeah, Xehanort's bad. It's okay, just let Xehanort be the villain. Nope, we need 13 more. We need 12 more Xehanorts because just having one is not enough for some reason.
Alrighty, so good one. That was a good one. This one's a little bit of a silly one. What player or what character did you like playing with on your team the most?
On my team. Okay, so not. Ooh. I don't know which one in particular, but the Dream Eaters were a fantastic idea.
Well, what I'm referring to mostly is how in Kingdom Hearts you can have Donald and Goofy, but then you can switch one of them out depending on the world you are in.
Oh yeah. Goofy never leaves my party.
Okay. Good to know.
Never. Not a moment.
I gotta say,
not.
I agree with that, but I gotta say for me it's going to be Riku, because you know the hard work we went through just to get to him.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, Goofy's also staying, but like,
yeah, but like when he became an official option, I was like, get the fuck in there. I was like, I am going to use and abuse you on my team from now on. Like, holy shit. That's funny.
like if hypothetically you could take any party member anywhere, it would probably be Riku.
Yeah.
All the time.
All the time. Everywhere. Yep.
If not that, weirdly Aladdin. Aladdin is hella useful in Kingdom Hearts 2. Oh my god.
All right, I have one left, so you can use yours right now.
Okay. All right, let me see how I can word this one. Favorite theories that turned out to be true, or favorite theories that turned out to be false?
I didn't think of this one. That's crazy.
It could be either yours, like something you came up with, or one that you found.
But I haven't done theories or thought about theories for Kingdom Hearts in a long time.
Have you at least heard of some, though?
I'm sure I have. Like, I used to do this all the time back in the day, but it's been years. Like, I'm talking about a decade. And you know my memory is shit. I can't remember anything. Damn. Just give me one theory, and it might spark my head.
Okay.
Oh no, I remember now. I had a theory about who the Master of Masters was, and who Lushu was, and I can't remember which one it was. However, I was right about the Lushu one, I believe, because matter of fact, I think I actually have a witness to it. Megan, who was on who like literally called me earlier to like yell at me because I was saying that she wasn't a real fan, but she obviously is. She's as much of a fan as me, if it's not more. But we were talking about it, and I had made a theory about about Zigbar playing an important role, and about how Zigbar was going to be, I believe Lushu. I believe is what I said. Back in the day, this was like back in the day, and when that scene came up, I believe she called me and she was like, "Oh shit," and I was like, "Oh shit, I know, right?" So that one was pretty cool to be right about, but I know a lot of people had similar ideas. I think that's what it was. I think I had made the theory about it being Lushu, and a lot of people were saying it was Master of Masters or something, and they ended up being right about it being Lushu instead. But that's the only, that I can think of. That's the only one, at least. What about you?
Okay. I know I have written down as basic like theories that have been like proven true or false, but I have one that isn't conclusive. I don't even know if I could call it so much a theory, but I think that the initial Heartless and Nobody that you fight in both Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 is supposed to be some significant figure that's going to come up later.
Okay.
Because they established this whole thing of like, well, if you destroy someone's Heartless and then you destroy someone's Nobody, the original being comes back. And for seemingly no reason, in Kingdom Hearts 1, the first thing you do is fight the giant Heartless. And then in Kingdom Hearts 2, the first thing you do is fight a giant Nobody. So whose Heartless and whose Nobodies are these? You know?
They are the new villains! I'm just joking. That's what I was saying. We need a new villain. That's who it is. The original, the creator of Heartless and Nobodies. Ooh, how about that?
Part of me thought that like maybe like Darkseid and Twilight Thorn belong to Ventus or something, but I don't know. Oh, but also the main one that I think I mentioned to you before, but and this one is also not proven or anything, but I theorize that Lushu isn't Zigbar or Braig per se. I think Lushu has his heart or his soul or something sealed within the no-name Keyblade. And basically whoever's in possession of it becomes Lushu.
Okay. For me, I feel like Lushu is... How do I word this? Like, the heart, but you know what? More like the consciousness that's within the heart that transfers from body to body. How it's done, it could very well be done through the Keyblades, but exactly how, I feel like I knew a lot more of this theory too in detail before, because that when when it was a hot topic, but I haven't talked about it in so long that I can't really remember. But I believe that that's what I thought, that it was just like his consciousness traveling through hearts, because we know that's not his actual body. We've known he's gone through multiple bodies, so that's not even his normal real appearance. I don't even know if he's going to be able to summon his real appearance again, to be honest. But his consciousness, however, is going from body to body, going forward. However, I can't remember if, because I'm trying to remember if Lushu was Zigbar the whole time, or if Lushu became Zigbar sometime in between Birth by Sleep and 3.
I firmly believe that the signifier for this is that in Birth by Sleep, Zigbar behaves super different from what he does as, or Braig interacts, behaves very differently than he does as Zigbar.
Yeah.
Especially towards Xehanort. Because what doesn't make sense to me is that Lushu's role was to pass down the no-name Keyblade. Then it somehow ends up in Skala and Kylum, eventually gets in the hands of Xehanort, who grows up and does his thing. And then, like, when Braig and Xehanort meet, Braig kind of seems like they don't really know each other, but he only recognized that, like, oh, this is the person who just ended up with my Keyblade. But, like, still seemingly, like, strangers, you know?
Yeah. I think it's time for my playthrough soon. My replay-through. So, when I do
if
that,
you're
I'll
about to
let you
play
know.
Birth by Sleep, you'll know what I'm talking
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Well, I have one more. Did you want to do this last one and then end it there, or did you have one more you wanted to get out before then?
We'll do yours first.
Okay. Mine is kind of along with the topic that you made in the beginning about past, present, future. And this one is about the future. It's, what do you want out of the next Kingdom Hearts based games, based on what we have so far?
All right.
I could hear you getting ready.
Here is the dream.
The dream.
The fucking dream.
The Scarlet Kylum.
As much as a big of a fan of Kingdom Hearts as I am, I'm clocked out. Like, I mentioned before that, like, you know, I would have been fine if the series ended at 2. That was the peak of my investment in the series. It hasn't gone completely away because, you know, obviously I'm still here. I'm still talking about Kingdom Hearts. I'm still playing games. I'm probably still going to be playing games in the future. But, like, Kingdom Hearts 3, whatever people think about it, had one job, and it did that job. All it needed to do was basically wrap up the Birth by Sleep arc. All it needed to do. And it did it. And it did it well. We're done. Xehanort's gone. He shows up in Melody Memory once, but he ultimately doesn't actually matter. Like, it's over. We're free now. So, like, going forward into Kingdom Hearts, my investment isn't necessarily within Kingdom Hearts itself, but basically what Nomura wants to do in the future. Because I probably told you the story before. I have a 2-hour rant on my YouTube channel about the whole story. I played Final Fantasy 15 not too long ago. I did a whole retrospective of the history of Final Fantasy Versus 13 and its development and how it affected the Kingdom Hearts series going forward. And I'm equally as pissed off as Nomura is that we never got that.
Yeah.
Because if you watch early footage of, like, Versus 13, it was very, very obviously going to be some kind of, like, blueprint or some, like foundation of what Kingdom Hearts 3 was going to be way before we even, like, way before Kingdom Hearts 3 was even a sparkle in his eye.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, you want to see an example of Kingdom Hearts 3? This is what it's going to look like. So, oh my god, this game looks fucking awesome. And we just never got it. And Final Fantasy 15 became something so different that, like, the game is good and all, but I hate it. I just hate it for what it's not. And, like, it's not fair to it, but, like, that's just how pissed off I am.
That's funny.
Like, it didn't deserve it.
At least you're honest.
So, I think Nomura is trying to weasel his way into turning Kingdom Hearts into what he actually wanted to do with Final Fantasy Versus 13. And as an artist and a creator, like, I'm extra down for whenever, like, my favorite artists and creators get to actually do what they want to do.
Yeah.
Kingdom Hearts 3, in terms of, like, the game itself, say what you will about, like, the plot in terms of, like, the Kingdom Heartsy stuff, but when it comes to the Disney stuff, there was a like, super obvious and staggering amount of corporate bullshit interference. And that made the game suffer ultimately. Like, there's a lot of shit involving Arendelle and the way Disney wanted the Frozen World to work, because they were originally going to make Elsa the final boss. Like, Elsa was going to turn to a Heartless, and they didn't want Square Enix to do that, because it's like, oh, Elsa's our golden child. We can't taint her in any way, shape, or form. It's like, okay, fine, you get a random wolf, or you get this, like, bullshit. Like, there was a lot of weird, incoherent nonsense with Kingdom Hearts 3, which, thankfully, because all of that was a part of the Disney worlds, didn't really matter in the end.
Yeah.
But it's like, you could feel it. Like,
yeah.
You could feel Disney's, like, presence.
Their grip on the product.
Yeah. So it's like, I just want Nomura to do what is in his heart.
And he's
and
going
I think
to.
That's where Kingdom Hearts is going from 4 onward, at least.
Yeah, and I agree. And honestly, for me, for the next Kingdom Hearts game, I don't necessarily require for them to remove the Disney aspect of Kingdom Hearts it is what it is. That's what Kingdom Hearts is known for. But I would definitely like to see the other side of it. A more Final Fantasy based world series with a sprinkle of Disney characters in it. For example, we would go to, Final Fantasy X's world, Seven's world, Nine's world, 12's world, just to all these Final Fantasy worlds with, a tag along Disney character or two that happen to be, sprinkled around there. Maybe not to the full extent, but if it's going to be Disney, then I would prefer for it to just be a bigger variety than just your standalone happy-go-lucky series. Like, I wouldn't mind a Marvel character fucking, world, or a Star Wars, because apparently they own them now, so they can, maybe do a little thing with that too. Just kind of expand the world from an animated series to a more serious one. I think that is going to be an interesting look for the game series. And the other thing is, I I was serious when I said that Kingdom Hearts is or has a trajectory to become the next Final Fantasy series. And what I mean by that is Final Fantasy is just going to continue going forward, like Final Fantasy 30 in the next, 10 years or some shit. I think Kingdom Hearts can do the same thing. Now, whether or not it's going to be with Sora is a totally different subject. I know we're going to have Sora for the next trilogy. But we're also introducing some characters that are going to play a bigger role in the next series going forward. And from what it sounds like, it's going to be stuff that Nomura is more comfortable with or happy and excited to work with. That isn't necessarily, just your standard Kingdom Hearts characters. So if the series ends up completing Sora's story, but continuing with a different character such as Yozora and his gang going forward, the Kingdom Hearts series can potentially continue with different characters just that way. And then, of course, maybe it becomes a bit more serious. Maybe the concept of Heartless and Nobody's takes a bit of a darker turn, which would be a different outlook in it. I'm not completely shy against it. And it's a game. So in the future, if Sora decides to come back as an adult and, fuck some shit up alongside, then, so be it. But point is that based on what I see, this is a cash cow for them. I don't see them wanting to drop this anytime soon. And if Nomura gets free will, I can easily see him doing what's necessary to transition from this Sora story into, more characters for the series to continue going forward. If he gets the freedom to do it, I don't see why not.
Here's what I think is going to happen. On top of hoping that it's going to happen. I think, obviously, Final Fantasy is going to go on forever.
Forever.
Final Fantasy as a franchise will outlive us.
Yes. I firmly believe that. Not even kidding, I firmly believe that.
There will be Final Fantasies until the heat death of the universe.
That's so funny.
I think what would, could, and I hope would happen is that Nomura gives up creative control of Kingdom Hearts. Because at this point, Kingdom Hearts, while yes is his creation and mostly is his baby, it's not really his baby anymore. It's a baby that he constantly has to fight for custody. And he's probably tired of that shit by now. So I think this whole Verum Rex stuff that he's doing is an avenue to create something Kingdom Hearts like that Disney can't touch. So he can literally do whatever the fuck he wants with that. Kingdom Hearts can still keep going Nomura won't be behind it, but he'll still have his own thing, which isn't Kingdom Hearts, but like canonically, technically, is also still Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
And I think The World Ends With You being a part of this as well can also bridge that. I still need to finish Neo. I want to finish Neo, and I hope no one spoils this for me before I do. But I really hope that there is something within that game that like hints at the possibility that like it is connected to Kingdom Hearts, because we already had Neku and Dream Drop Distance.
Yeah.
And there's a thing where whenever a game has like real world Shibuya in their game, there's that famous building, like 106 building. What's it called? It's like 10 something building.
104. Or 109.
It's it's 104 in The World Ends With You.
Yeah.
But it's also 104 in Quadratum, as we know it. The real building is 109.
Yeah.
And in other games where that building is referenced, they usually like just take the number and they change it. So it's like, obviously it's the same building.
Yeah.
But it's not the same building.
Yeah.
It's a video game. Duh, you stupid shit. But it's almost never the same.
Yeah.
Like in Persona, I think it's just the 106 building. They just took the 9 and flipped it upside down. So it's like, I don't know. I think that's like a really weird, specific detail to keep consistent between World Ends With You and Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't think Quadratum is just like, oh, it's this alternate dimension from what we know of Kingdom Hearts and Unreality. It's like, no, I think this is also the underground, where, you die, kind of like what Sora did, and this is where you end up. So there's like literally no reason for this to not be that.
Yeah.
So yeah, like having all these things connected, like we could have like more World Ends With You games for all we know. We could have more Kingdom Hearts games. We will always have more Final Fantasies, and we can also have more of Verum Rex if it ever becomes its own thing.
But you know what? That makes sense, because everything that I was just saying that I was kind of hoping for can easily be resolved with that. If I want something like a more Final Fantasy based World Series, then I feel like that would kind of resolve that issue. The only problem is that if he does that, then he's completely removing Disney from the aspect of it, and I don't think that's a necessarily good idea. I don't think the series would live that long without Disney.
Well, that's the thing. I think, like, when I say, like, he's giving up creative control of Kingdom Hearts, I mean he's giving it to Disney, for Disney to do with whatever they want with it.
Yeah,
so
but then...
like, Kingdom Hearts can always still be, like, it's the same Final Fantasy Disney crossover it's always
No,
been.
of course, but then I'm talking about his project. His project wouldn't have any Disney influences. He wouldn't be able to do that anymore. So
yeah.
It'll do okay, but it won't do Kingdom Hearts numbers, because it's just not going to have any Disney worlds into it. And I'm asking for more serious stuff, yes, but I still like the Disney aspect. If you remove the Disney aspect, then it's just another Final Fantasy game at that point. Whatever name you decide to give it. So maybe a solution would be to try to incorporate a lot of other companies. But the thing is that the negotiations done with Disney, it's already mostly done, Like, they have to kind of fight for a couple of different details, but imagine having to go through that with multiple different companies just to try to get this done, Like, it'll be a nightmare, way worse than with Disney, because yeah, Disney has a grip, but at least they have like a foundation of what it is that they go through to get this done, because this isn't their first rodeo. They've done this multiple times. Doing it with a different company, they have no fucking clue what's going on or how to do this, and they're gonna be watchful as ever. So that would really take a long time, and we don't even know the success rate of that. I think the fact that Disney has the lightheartedness to it is what really helped out. I don't know if a different series is going to be able to provide that same kind of dynamic to Disney, or I'm sorry, to Square Enix. So, um, yeah, he could do it. Yeah, he could try it, and it'll probably be okay for a game or two. But that'll be it, a game or two. I don't really see it going much further than that, unless he just does it right. You know, like if he does it really well, then maybe. But
honestly, I'm fine with that.
yeah,
Like Nomura, you can tell just by like playing his games.
yeah,
The man wears his heart on his sleeve.
yeah,
He put his life and soul into these games.
yeah.
And like, yeah, sure. Like, if Venom Rex became its own project, its own series, it's probably not going to ever see the same success as Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
But he probably doesn't care about that. He just wants to do it. Like, I want him to do it.
I wanted to do it too.
And like, I don't care if it becomes like another long running franchise. It could just be one game.
Yeah.
I don't
care. Yeah.
Like, but I just want it to be.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Verum Rex, that's a totally separate subject. Whether he does it in Kingdom Hearts 4, 5, 6, or whether he makes it its own thing, as long as he does it, I don't give a fuck. Whatever it is that he does, I'm going to support. Because I know he's been wanting to do this for a long time. So I'm just hoping he does it, you know? I'm just hoping he says, screw you guys for screwing me on this game back then. I'm going to do it now, and I'm going to put it here, and I'm going to do everything I want with it. So I'm hoping he gets to do it going forward here. How he does it, whether it's in Kingdom Hearts or on its own, doesn't really matter to me. I just want him to do it as well.
Yeah, and as cold as it may sound, I'm perfectly willing to throw Kingdom Hearts under the bus for it. Like,
I was thinking about that. I don't know how many people can do that because Sora is their boy.
And like,
people love Sora. Especially now that Sora is in Smash Bros. Oh my god.
Yeah. And I don't think Kingdom Hearts is in any danger.
Yeah, it's not.
Like, if Nomura just said, fuck it, I'm not making Kingdom Hearts anymore. It's like, well, screw you. If you're not going to do it,
yeah.
We'll do it ourselves.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, Kingdom Hearts will be fine.
Yeah, Kingdom Hearts is fine. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So it's like, let Nomura do his thing. That's all I ask. It doesn't have to be. Actually, I would prefer if it's not a crossover, because then it could be as pure as his cringy, edgy soul could want it to be.
Yeah.
I love Nomura's cringy, edgy bullshit.
Yeah.
Dirge of Cerberus was a god awful game, but I love it because of, like, it was his vision.
Well, I like Dirge of Cerberus actually.
Yeah, it's a terrible game. Game's awful.
It wasn't that bad. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I had fun. I liked it. You hear me, Nomura? I liked the game. I thought it was great. I had fun playing it.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie to you and say it's good. I had fun. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I loved it for what it was.
Yeah. But yeah, that completes my questions. Did you have any final ones you wanted to get out of the way?
Let's see. I have I think we sort of grazed this. Sort of. What is your hottest hot take on the series as a whole?
What do you mean?
The hottest hot take. It's something that, like, we're going past controversial. Something that literally you know for a fact that only you believe. And you would probably be crucified saying it out loud.
Well, you already know mine.
But you have to believe it. You can't just say any old thing to piss me off.
I know. But I do believe it. To an extent, I do believe it.
Okay.
I believe that the most significant game in the entirety of Kingdom Hearts is Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. because it introduces the lore of the Keyblade War, of the past of the Kingdom Hearts series, and how it connects to the future, and all the characters that come with it. And I'm not just talking about Xehanort, I'm talking about the Master of Masters, the Guardians, the people from back in the day. So many games stemmed out from the idea created by Birth by Sleep. So many characters, so many ideas, so many worlds, so many lore details and pieces, and everything that has to do with what Kingdom Hearts is now. Birth by Sleep literally made Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 seem like just a fraction of it. And to me, before that, they were everything. So for me, the most important game to the Kingdom Hearts series, in my opinion, is Birth by Sleep. How's that for a hot take?
I mean, you're not wrong.
That's why I said I firmly believe it. I know it's controversial, but I firmly believe it. It really is important for the whole series.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But when we're talking about like significance, there's a positive and negative side to significance.
Well, I didn't say it was a good thing, nor did I say it was a bad thing. I said it was the most important game for the series, good or bad.
Right.
Good or bad, yes.
Yes. Hitler was an important part.
Exactly.
World War II.
You cannot deny that.
Yep, that's an undeniable fact. I'm compelled to go into further detail to clarify it. But ultimately, I have nothing to refute this.
That's funny. What about yours? What's your hottest take?
Alright. I think with just a good enough trailer, Kingdom Hearts would have did perfectly fine without Disney and had never needed it. I don't think Disney, or even Final Fantasy for that matter, has ever been a significant factor in Kingdom Hearts' success. Or at the very least, if you were to remove those things. Obviously, it's not going to be as successful. Duh. But I think it would have survived the same way it has, like, in this world. Even if it wasn't a Disney Final Fantasy crossover. It was just its own thing. Because it always was. Like, the Disney worlds always, 100% of the time, kind of just amount to gameplay fluff. It has no significant impact in the story, not even in the first game. Like, yeah, you go to Disney worlds to close the keyholes, but you could very easily put those keyholes in. You could just make new places and make new characters and just make shit up. And like nothing about the story or the impact of like the characters or any of that shit would have changed the way people love the franchise. Especially when it comes to Kingdom Hearts 2. Because the one thing that Kingdom Hearts has been exceptionally good at was making you give a shit about these characters. And not the Disney characters, not the Final Fantasy characters, the original characters that they just made up on the fly. We care about them more than anything else.
I have to 100% disagree. I think that concept would apply now. I think that if now you wanted to completely remove Disney, I trust the franchise series enough for it to succeed on its own without having to use. Matter of fact, even after just Kingdom Hearts 1, I would have trusted it. But Kingdom Hearts 1, in my opinion, absolutely needed Disney. And funny enough, when Kingdom Hearts 1 first came out, it was expected to do terribly because it had Disney. However, they didn't account for its success because of how many kids love Disney. And
Oh
therefore, the
no,
parents
no!
got the games
I have
for
to,
Disney.
yeah, I have to interject there. No, it's about the adults that grew up with Disney.
Yeah.
Kids didn't give a shit. They weren't alive to know these damn characters. They weren't alive to know about
Yeah, but
fucking
the thing is, our
cartoons.
parents, you said it yourself, you were brought up to be an addict of Disney when you were young. So when a game comes out that has Disney influences like this, not only do you find appeal to it, but your parents think they can play that. It's Disney. So then it becomes something that can be in every household. And not only can kids play it, but adults can too. And then adults realize, huh, this is a bit more of a serious game than I thought. And now they're invested in this series. So for that reason, I think the fact that it's Disney helped it start its fandom. And even though it was thought to have the opposite effect, it actually ended up helping it. And then, once it's established its name, once Sora became an established character, then you could do whatever the hell you want without it. But I wouldn't go as far as to say that it would have the success or even remotely any success without it having Disney tied into it.
Like, sure, this is anecdotal, but like, wouldn't like my perspective say even more that the fact that I'm even able to say this, considering like you I did say, yeah, I grew up on Disney. I was like indoctrinated to Disney.
Yeah.
I loved those movies, and even with that, on top of the nostalgic goggles, I can look at this franchise and say, you know what? I like these characters, and I like this universe, barring like all the original shit about this universe.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say if we went back in time and it was only Kingdom Hearts 1 that existed. Like, I can imagine a timeline where I'm still sitting here talking to you, having this exact podcast, having the exact same conversation, but like about like World Ends With You or something, which now has like 11 games.
Yeah, but if you think about it, could you have said the same thing back then when you first came across the game? I know you could say that now, but could you have said that back then before you knew anything about Kingdom Hearts, before you knew what it was going to be, what it could have been, the worlds, the characters? You wouldn't have even known who Roxas was yet. You didn't know none of that. All you knew is it was a game with a kid who had to seal holes in each planet and some shit or another, and it had Disney characters.
I would say yes, because that's kind of how you get hooked into any new franchise without knowing anything about it. I didn't know anything about Final Fantasy until I played 7. And I was hooked on 7. There was no external like factor outside of like this game is amazing that made me think this game is amazing. You know?
See, that's crazy because for me, and this is the other thing, you got to remember people experience games completely differently. Most of the games that I like and enjoy, I actually was introduced to. I didn't go out of my way to play. I didn't go out of my way to play Kingdom Hearts. It was introduced to me. I didn't go out of my way to play Final Fantasy X or 10-2. It was introduced to me. My little sister was playing that. She was actually the one that was playing Final Fantasy games, and I was just like, well, fuck, this game looks fun too. Let me try that out. So it's because of the stuff that my sister was playing that I was just like, huh, I'm really into that. I want to try that out. So we're introduced into things totally differently. And if my sister was attracted to the game because it had Disney characters, because she was obsessed with The Lion King, then, That's what got her to bring the game home. That's what got me to watch the game being played, and that's what got me to end up playing the game in the first place.
But but you realize you literally described yourself as a walking example of what I'm talking about.
What do you mean?
You started playing Kingdom Hearts not because you had like some kind of nostalgic attachment to Disney and Final Fantasy. You just started playing it and you realized the game was fun.
Yeah, but the thing is, I didn't start playing it. My sister did because of the Disney nostalgia. If she never found the Disney nostalgia, she wouldn't have brought the game home, and I never would have seen the gameplay. Therefore, I never would have played Kingdom Hearts.
I mean, yeah,
because I never really had a. I like Disney, but it's never been like, oh my god, I'm a Disney fanatic. I just like it. But my sister, she was obsessed with everything Disney. Oh my god, like it was annoying because I couldn't watch a movie with her because literally she would repeat every line verbatim, and I'm just like, can you shut the fuck up? I'm trying to watch this. So like, I was like, she was obsessed with it. I couldn't care less. And then, next thing you know, she's bringing in a Disney-based game. And I'm just like, here we fucking go again. Except it's a guy with a sword now. And that looks cool.
So my question is, why isn't your sister here?
My sister used to be an avid gamer. And more than I. Yeah. She was actually an avid gamer more than I was. She actually got me into video games, now that I think about it. Because they were okay, but she got me into video games. And then my best friend, he played a lot of video games too, and I would just play alongside with him. And I think that's the reason I don't like to play video games alone, because I never really liked them on my own. I always liked them with other people, so I don't really care to play games by myself. But she just got busy with life. She still plays, but she doesn't play these kind of games anymore. She'll maybe play like a shooter, like Call of Duty or something. Like, that's more of her niche now. If she does play anything at all, that's more of her niche now. But even then, she doesn't play that much anymore. But yeah, she's the one that got me into video games.
Yeah, your sister.
Yeah.
Not the Disney characters or the Final Fantasy characters.
But the Disney characters got her into getting that specific game. That's what I'm trying to say.
But she's not here in this podcast talking about Kingdom Hearts right now. You are.
Yeah, but that's because of the origin of the influence.
You didn't need any of those things. You are literally... Your existence proves my point.
I'm telling you, it's all started because Disney was involved.
I get that. Like, yeah, that's how your sister got into it.
Which got me into it.
Could you honestly say that you would have never played Kingdom Hearts had your sister not introduced you to it?
I honestly think so. The thing is, I didn't even know the game had been, out. Like, it wasn't like, oh, I heard this game Kingdom Hearts. No, I'm saying, like, it's not like I was like, oh, I heard this game Kingdom Hearts is coming out. It has Disney characters. It has other things. Like, I had no idea. Like, I wasn't a video gamer back then. At all. And then my sister decided that she liked the Kingdom Hearts game because it had Disney characters. And therefore, I experienced it through her experience. Which then led for me to be like, okay, if it did not have Disney characters, she would have never picked up the game. I would have never seen it. And I would have probably never played it. Because I would have been like, what the fuck's Kingdom Hearts? I've never heard of it.
But that's kind of just the inevitability of just like the different ways people are introducing the shit.
Exactly my point.
Duh. There are people still to this day, despite the fact that there are like 13 plus games, never played a Kingdom Hearts before in their life, regardless of whether or not they're into Disney or Final Fantasy or not.
Exactly, yeah.
What I'm saying is, it's perfectly feasible that people could get into something like Kingdom Hearts the same way you did, regardless of what came before. You are a Kingdom Hearts fan now. And it had nothing to do with the fact that Disney and Final Fantasy was in it for you. You probably would have experienced Kingdom Hearts in some way, shape, or form at some point in your life, maybe develop an interest. There's no way to say for sure. But right now, we live in a reality where you are a massive enough Kingdom Hearts fan to start this podcast and have a 5-hour conversation, and you didn't even know it was a thing initially.
I did not. No, I didn't.
And that's for everybody. Like that's just a thing. You just would have been on the opposite side of the coin, but that also would have been true for many other people as well. You're not the only one.
All I'm saying is, I'm not saying that it wouldn't have had any success. I'm just saying I don't think it would have had the success it had to continue as a series without Disney being involved.
And the reason why I don't think that's not true is because Final Fantasy is coming up to 16 mainline games.
But none of them are. But none of them are continuations. Literally, it's Final Fantasy X and X-2, Final Fantasy 13,
my point even more.
and 13-2.
There's not even a continuity. People are just playing Final Fantasy because they know Final Fantasy is a good series.
Yeah, so but the thing is that Final Fantasy doesn't have a good enough continuation within its own series for it to keep the series going past maybe 1 or 2 games. Like past 1 or 2 games. Like that's it. That's the most you're gonna get out of it.
It already happened. There are 16 games and only 2.
No, I'm talking about one story base wise. I'm talking about like 10 only has 10 and 10-2. It's like the most I've heard is discussions of potentially 10-3. And that's like the longest one. Like there isn't a story in a Final Fantasy series that is longer than that, because they're good, but is it good enough to create an entire series on its own based on that? I don't think so. And Kingdom Hearts could have had the success of 10, of 7, but I don't think it would have had the success of Kingdom Hearts of what it is today with 100.5 games based on what we have so far. I just don't see it happening without Disney being involved somehow.
What it probably wouldn't have is a bunch of like bullshit games that take place within the credits of other games.
Yeah, I kind of wish that was the case.
Sure as fuck wouldn't happen.
Yeah, Jesus. You know, maybe it would have been better off, because then it really would have just ended at 2, and then could have avoided all that extra bullshit. But
you wouldn't have needed more games because Birth by Sleep wouldn't have happened.
But like you said, in the reality we live in today, Birth by Sleep did happen, making it the most important game in the game series. Let's accept that.
Yeah. But somewhere, in some alternate universe, there is a timeline where Disney and Final Fantasy did exist, and Kingdom Hearts still did. And it became the most successful Square Enix franchise of all time. And there were only 2 games.
And in some other universe, there is a series where that exact same thing happened, except that World War VII happened, and we're all dead.
Yep. 3,000 years later. And then next to that, there's a remake where the same thing is happening, but they're trying to literally undo that other thing.
And there's another universe where that exact same thing happened, and it was merged with The Matrix, and it's called Kingdom Hearts Reloaded. And it's just the most miserable place in the universe, and of all the universes. People literally live underground because it's so bad.
Like, it seems like your argument is that like the major difference between like Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts that make them like one is super successful and the other one isn't, is because if Kingdom Hearts were like literally its own thing the entire time, it would have to struggle with the fact that it's one like continuous narrative or one continuous timeline, as opposed to Final Fantasy that refreshes itself every single time.
No, that's not my argument. My argument is that Kingdom Hearts was on the verge of not being made, not only because it didn't have the permission of not working with Disney, but because of the funding. Kingdom Hearts was a game that was barely able to stand on its 2 feet, and honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that it got funding to be able to make partnership with Disney, it would not have been a AAA title. And that being said, the game just would not have enough sustainability to stand on its own 2 legs without Disney being involved whatsoever. So that's why I just don't see it feasible for that to have been the case. And like, if for some reason it magically did manage to just survive on its own 2 legs, I don't think it would have been enough to create an entire series out of it that would have given it the popularity it has today. I think it would have ended at 1 or 2. If anything, it could have become an iconic game for sure. There's a lot of like not non AAA titles that are iconic and have their own niche, fandom and everything like that. So by all means, I'm sure it could have done really well in that sense. But in terms of becoming what Kingdom Hearts is today, I don't think it could have scratched the surface of that. I don't think it would have stood a chance without Disney. And again, I'm talking about specifically Kingdom Hearts 1. If you took Disney out of it after Kingdom Hearts 1, I still believe it could have happened because it had established a persona within itself with the characters that you could have easily brushed them off little by little, and it would have been explainable because Kingdom Hearts 2 honestly was better only during the parts where it was just fucking Square Enix instead of Disney. So, but at the same time, you still needed that all to play the way it did for it to have gotten to that point. Because I don't think that it just would have had the success it did if it wasn't for that.
I believe what you're saying is true. I think a way to frame the way I'm thinking of it is just imagine if Kingdom Hearts 1 was just Final Fantasy 11.
You mean with the same budget that a Final Fantasy game would get and everything?
Well, yeah, like obviously not an MMO and obviously not like, but
no, I know that. Like, you know what? Fuck it. Say 12. Let's say it was going to be Final Fantasy 12. I'm asking if you're saying that it would have been Final Fantasy 12, but with a Final Fantasy 12 budget, with the team that made the game, the budget, the resources that they had as a team in general, or are we still talking about the budget and team that the Kingdom Hearts franchise had originally without Disney?
Okay, so these are dimensions that I don't know enough about to actually all right, this is me like super layman's trying to basically yes but no. Essentially everything about Kingdom Hearts development in terms of like the making of the game itself is exactly the same. Besides, instead of the money coming from Disney, the money is coming from what would have went into what Final Fantasy 12 had.
Okay, so yeah, we're talking about Final Fantasy 12 budget and
like
cast and
dream ideal world.
Yeah. Okay. I would have maybe expected to see Final Fantasy 12 and 12 2.
Featuring like Sora and Kairi Riku.
Yeah. And I would have forgotten about it the same way I forgot about 12, honestly.
I mean, well, you forgot about 12 because of Star Wars.
Honestly, just 12. 12 was what Birth by Sleep should have been, and it was still bad. Like, such a disappointment.
I would have said Breath by Sleep is what 12 should have been.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's just it was bad, and even then it was okay. I liked it. I played it, but the best outcome would be that. All right, my favorite outcome would be that it got Final Fantasy X's popularity. The best outcome is that it would have gotten Final Fantasy VII's popularity. And even then, 7 is just 7. It's just getting a remake.
I mean, yeah. Like, 7's getting a remake because the game is so beloved, they realize that this needs to happen. Like, this can't not happen, and we're also not getting any younger.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Best case scenario is that it would get 7's popularity. My favorite scenario is that it would become as endearing as 10. Because I don't care so much about how well a game does in contrast to how much a game impacts me, you know? So
that's what I'm saying.
So
I think it would impact you the same way.
I don't think so.
Game was the same with others.
Like I said, best case scenario, it impacts me like Final Fantasy X. Best case scenario for the game, it impacts people like Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah. And I think Kingdom Hearts, just the Kingdom Hearts stuff, already does that.
But that's best case scenario, though. I'm talking about best case scenario realistically.
But, like, that's like, yeah, you're speaking of best case scenario given the situation I've given you.
Yeah.
But how good that scenario is, like, this game is comparable to what is considered the greatest video game of all time. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Like, even your worst case scenario is like, this game is comparable to one of the most beloved.
No, that's best case. That's best case scenario. Worst case scenario, it's Final Fantasy 1. Like, yeah, that was that one game. Yeah, of course we've all played it. Sure we have. Yeah.
Ports of Kingdom Hearts 1 there are. No. Final Fantasy 1 is getting a remake. Stranger in Paradise.
Oh, I don't know that. That's my point. If I was a viewer, like if this was the case, and someone said, "Oh, guess what? Kingdom Hearts is getting a remake," I would have been like, "Great! What the fuck is that?" I'm sure. I know what that is. You know, like, who cares? Is the mentality that I would have, because, you know, like. Like, I have no investment in that game whatsoever, even if I came across it at some point in time. I'm not saying it's bad. It could have been great. Some people love it. Obviously, if it's getting a remake, it's for a reason. Fuck, I care, you know? So that would be worst case scenario, where it's like that to me. Like, I'm just like 13. 13 is terrible. Like, to me, I hate 13. There's nothing good about it. Like if Kingdom Hearts became 13, oh my god. May it rest in peace, man. May it rest in peace. No, because Birth by Sleep expanded the universe. So even if you hate Birth by Sleep, everything else that is good that has come from it is because of it. So it's like 10, 10-2, 10-3, 10-4, 10-5. 10-3 is trash, but then we get 10-4 and 10-5, who are possibly the greatest games ever. Period. Just period. Yeah, fuck 10-3, but thanks to 10-3, you know, we got some quality shit. Can't be angry at it. You know, like... and it does provide some context.
But we did spend 5 hours trying to dodge how, like, superior a game Kingdom Hearts 2 was, and literally none of that carried over to the other games. So it's like, the fact that, like, oh yeah, okay, sure, Birth by Sleep wasn't a complete disaster, and the good parts of it did carry over to future games, but still not Kingdom Hearts 2.
Oh, no, absolutely. And you know what? That's perfectly fine, because Kingdom Hearts 2, again, in my opinion, is one of the greatest games ever, and it's at the top of my, like, top 5 games of all times. Easily.
So you understand my salt.
Yeah, but I mean, it's okay. It's okay to have one specific game be your favorite, but also to commend another game, whether you like it or not, for what it has done for a series or a franchise, especially one that you love, you know? And
Yeah.
I'm not saying that everything that it made was great afterwards, but it did make some good things. It did make it created content. How many people that are like creative content makers are just being are like have so much to eat off of. They've been able to create so much content and you know just videos and gameplays of so much new Kingdom Heart bits because everyone loves the series, you know? So overall, it has had a positive impact in the gaming community as well as the Kingdom Hearts community. And that's okay, you know? You didn't care too much for the game itself. I get it, you know, it has its flaws. I personally think one of the biggest flaws in this series in general is in that game with Ericus. But other than that, you know, like I love that. I love like even the secret video for it is fantastic. You know, just everything that the game does is really good. It could have been done better, absolutely, but I still think it's one of the most important games in the entire series. Is it my favorite game? No. Is Kingdom Hearts 2 my favorite game? Absolutely. But, you know, but the thing is, Kingdom Hearts 2 gets talked about all the time. You're not going to make a podcast about Kingdom Hearts and not talk about Kingdom Hearts 2. So we always talk about what game was the funnest, what was the greatest. Yeah, that's great. When are we going to talk about the most impactful ones that made a real impact on the series like that,
You
you
know,
know?
the reason why is because the games that we got after Birth by Sleep are basically just off branches of Birth by Sleep. Like the games that came, like Coded and Dream Drop Distance and Kingdom Hearts 3 for that matter, were essentially built off of the foundation that Birth by Sleep started. And yet, there is a Kingdom Hearts game that we both agree is the best one that has not had any sort of like okay, think of it this way. I have the perfect comparison for this. Sonic franchise, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'll be able to do like a podcast with Sonic with like you specifically. No offense, but it's like I need like to.
I don't care about Sonic enough to do one.
Okay, I'll try to make this short. Sonic 3, like 2D platforming masterpiece, right? Like one of the greatest games of all time. Like Sonic, the classic Sonic is compared to Mario. Mario is considered one of the greatest platforming series ever. Yada yada yada. As a gigantic Sonic fan, right? And just in general, I like the idea of just like the gaming franchises that I'm attached to being the best they could possibly be. Eventually, like gaming in general had advanced to that like everyone started making 3D games. So it's like Mario had Super Mario 64 as its entry into like the 3D realm of platform. And Sonic had Sonic Adventure 1 as its introduction into like 3D platform. And the major difference between the development of those two games is that with Super Mario 64, they spent basically like 90% of their development just perfecting Mario's controls and how he interacts with like just levels and stuff like that, and his abilities. And Super Mario 64, ignoring the shitty camera controls, like if it just had like analog camera control, would probably still be considered the greatest platformer ever. While Sonic Adventure, the Sonic parts are like fantastic, but the game is bogged down by all this extra bullshit where it's like we're adding all these characters that all play drastically different from each other. There's fishing mini games in it for some reason. Like we just couldn't we weren't confident enough to just make a full blown like pure Sonic game through and through. We had to add all this extra bullshit. Like we were afraid that people we were afraid that people wouldn't buy Sega Bass Fishing, so we put Sega Bass Fishing in Sonic so that people could buy Sega Bass Fishing. And it's like, if I wanted to play Sega Bass Fishing, I would have bought Sega Bass Fishing. I'm here to play Sonic. And ever since Sonic Adventure 1, not one time to this day have they ever tried to just make a normal fucking Sonic game where you're just playing as Sonic and you're just in a 3D world and you just do the same shit that you would normally do in a 2D Sonic game, but in 3D. They've never done that. Every single Sonic game that came after had some kind of additional like mechanic or gameplay style or stupid gimmick, and it always kind of led to the games being panned because nobody wanted this shit. Like, we're at a point now where like we have the boost formula Sonic games, right? And everyone agrees that those games are great. That those games are fun. And it's good. It was ultimately good for the series. Well, not good for the series, I would say. But Sonic is in a good place because now we have like an established formula that everyone enjoys. So it's like, okay, we're just gonna keep making boost games. But we still never even attempted to just try a pure, honest to God Sonic game. Which, like, most people agree is still, like, the best version of Sonic. And this is the same situation. Like, even if, like, yeah, Birth by Sleep has introduced all these great things, but we also have a much better game to build off of that we just didn't touch. Why can't we have that? And it's frustrating that we can't have that.
Yeah, but the thing is, there's a huge difference between the two because even if Kingdom Hearts 3 has the basis of Birth by Sleep, it is so much better in every way than every other Kingdom Hearts game but 2.
The one I'm talking about.
But that's fine because the game itself is good. It's not bad. It doesn't steer away. The mechanics may be a little different, but outside of that, it sticks true to what the original Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 did. Besides the like very minute differences in game mechanics, and even then mechanics in games change as they make new ones. So, like, I am not playing Kingdom Hearts 3 sitting here like, nope, that reminds me of Birth by Sleep. No, I'm not thinking that at all. The game itself is far above and beyond anything that Birth by Sleep could have provided to it in terms of gameplay. Anything, really. And honestly, the only thing I feel that I would have wanted to see from Kingdom Hearts 2 passed on to Kingdom Hearts 3 would have been the forms that you have in Kingdom Hearts 2. I don't know if they would have done that, but that really would have been the only thing I would have really wanted to see them transfer over. Because really, outside of that, most of the mechanics have stayed pretty much the same. Minor details here and there, but they always adjust those. Games always upgrade, you know. And I think that the gameplay is just fine. Um, Originally, it had a huge pacing issue, which got fixed over time, which was fine. Um, but overall, the content provided by the game, and again, we have to remember that this game took everything that was available to be dealt with and still managed to complete what it could within that time frame in a concise manner, whereas in Kingdom Hearts 2 just had to work with one and like parts of like chain of memories. So like Kingdom Hearts 2 had it easy to be considered the greatest game, and to me Kingdom Hearts 3 easily fights for that. For a moment I did consider it better. There was a while where I definitely was convinced that 3 was better. And I'm not taking those points away. Sometimes I can, still think back and be like, yeah, no, Kingdom Hearts 3 fucking, rose up to the fucking ball because with all the shit it had to overcome, it fucking did it. But at the same time, I'm not going to discredit the emotion that Kingdom Hearts 2 did, which is the reason why I'm not going to put 3 over it. But that being said, I still at a point in time considered 3 to be better. And that's with everything that Birth by Sleep made it go through, So what I mean is that I agree that most other games suffered from the mechanics or just the creation of extra lore. But the gameplay of Recoded, the gameplay of Chain of Memories, the gameplay of Days, none of those have anything to do with the gameplay of Birth by Sleep, because they are way different and they are, in my opinion, significantly worse. The only games that I feel are better in terms of gameplay than Birth by Sleep, obviously 2, obviously 3, and Birth by Sleep, or I'm sorry, no, Dream Drop Distance. It depends. I hate the dream mechanics. I hate it. So that to me is something I don't really care for. And I didn't really care too much about the friendly bouncy thing. I forgot what the hell fuck they're called. Yeah, the Dream Eaters. I didn't care for them either. I did not care for them at all. So to me, like, to each his own. That's why I'm not saying it's better than Dream Drop Distance, because to me that one is optional. That one is people based. Like, it's your opinion if you consider it better or not. To me, I don't. To me, I personally think Birth by Sleep's gameplay was better, because I do not like that. I did like the motion thing, but that's about it. That's really about it. And I didn't care for the story in it either, in Dream Drop Distance. But I did for Birth by Sleep. The lore in it was significantly better, in my opinion. What it brought to the table was significantly better. Ericus was a fucking bitch, but that's Ericus, and Terra. Yeah. But yeah, I can understand wanting more based off of the Kingdom Hearts 2 continuation going forward from that. Unfortunately, that's not what we got. However, what we did get was a world expansion that was phenomenal, and it provided some bad, but it also provided some good. And arguably one of the good it provided, for a moment at least for me, was better than what we had. So yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it's just that, like, this discussion kind of just boils down to, like, Kingdom Hearts 3 ended up being it's good, and like Breath by Sleep is a part of that. Like, and it's good for what it is. My thing is just like I kind of just wanted to be the best it could be. Yeah. It's kind of like let's say you got like the story of the 3 pigs, and then like the oldest brother builds his brick house. It's like, yeah, nothing's blowing this shit down. And the other 2 brothers like get their house knocked down because one's made of straw and the other one's made of sticks or whatever. So then they decide, like, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna take the straw, we're gonna take the sticks, and we're gonna build a new house out of this straw and out of these sticks. And we're like, we have these perfectly good bricks here. They're proven to work. Why don't you just use these? Like, no, we'll just install the straws and sticks. And the straws and sticks work perfectly fine. It turns out that, like, okay, all right, it worked, but it's like, come on. You had a perfect opportunity to make a nice, solid brick house. And even though, yes, your plan worked, just saying, it's a little bothered by the fact that you just, like, refuse to acknowledge that this probably would have been a better idea. Just to start with this. Make it easy on yourselves.
The only thing is, I don't know if even if they kept the mechanics of, like, if the same team, same mechanics, same budget, same everything for Kingdom Hearts 2, I don't know if it would have made a difference in terms of what Days would have been, or Recoded would have been, I don't...
Absolutely would. Well, not Days, because Days still kind of carries a lot. See, alright, what I'm talking about specifically is game feel. Kingdom Hearts 2, like, in terms of mechanics, like, yeah, it has some stuff that's better than the games, but, like, the most important thing that puts it over all the other games is that it feels the best to play. Because it just doesn't have the weird, sluggish, floaty bullshit that every game from Birth by Sleep onward has. It just feels fast and responsive and snappy and just fun to play. And, like, the games would just strictly benefit if it just had that.
So really the main issue you have is that 1 second floatiness.
Yeah, like it sounds petty and minor, but it adds up.
I'm not saying it. No, I'm not saying it's petty or minor or anything. I'm just saying that that's the main thing. Because if that's the case, literally go back and change all the fucking settings on all the games to not have that 1 second floatiness, and
you can mod the game to make it that way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, and then boom, like, I'm not saying you to mod it. I'm just saying, just like theoretically, the companies go back and remove that 1 second delay, then that's it. But is that enough to make Days better? To make Recoded better in terms of a gaming experience? I don't think so.
Well, no.
Especially and it does nothing for the fucking dream sleep mechanic that Dream Drop Distance has, that just did not do anything for me. Like that in no way impacts me at all. And Dream Drop Distance, honestly, it wasn't that much of an issue there because that had the flow motion. So, you had ways around it.
But it did eventually trickle down to Kingdom Hearts 3, where, like, Kingdom Hearts 3 hardly has, like, anything wrong with it besides that. So the people who, like, are aware of that being a thing just notice it so much more. Because it's like, man, this game would be fucking perfect if it just didn't have this one fucking thing that started with breathalyzer.
Honestly, even if that got fixed, at least for me, I don't know how much of an impact that would have on me, because I still think I would put Kingdom Hearts 2 above it. I don't think that one thing is going to change the game so much that it'll be like, nope, that's it, 10 times better. I don't think that I would see it that way. I'd still think I would compare the ending of Kingdom Hearts 3 to the ending of Kingdom Hearts 2, and I'd be like 2 all fucking day, So, and that's with or without the floatiness. You could add the floatiness to Kingdom Hearts 2 and take it from 3, and I'd still feel that 2 was better for that reason. Because what it was able to provide in that end portion was better.
But then it's like, why would you do that?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. What you mean? You're telling me that if those seconds switched between Kingdom Hearts 3 and 2, 3 would become your favorite?
Well, no, because 3 was still, like, okay.
If you took the second from 3 and moved it to 2, so 3 no longer has it, 2 does now.
Because the ultimate key to this disagreement is just the simple fact that I value game feel above all else. So, without that, like, yeah, even if the games didn't have this one problem, it still has a ton of other problems that hold it back from being, like, either as good or better than Kingdom Hearts 2. But at least, like, for me, it's just in my brain, it's like, well, there's no reason for this problem to be here. Like, at the very least, you can sort of make an argument that, like, the drop mechanic and, like, whatever the fuck it is that you don't know about coded, because I didn't play it, I wouldn't know. But a lot of things about, like, post Kingdom Hearts 2 is that, like, they were just in this weird experimental phase where they were just trying shit and just throwing shit, like, at a wall. It's just, like, and either it did work or it didn't. And it's like, well, okay, obviously, just having better game feel wouldn't solve these problems, so these games would still be, like, as bad. But it's like, there's no reason.
Just to me,
this to be a consistent thing.
The thing is, to me, I'm a lot more concerned about the overall picture. That's what it is to me. And for me, like, the overall picture, like, it would not change for me in Dream Drop Distance, in Days, or in Recoded. It just would not change as a game. Like, if I want to, if somebody said, Jose, play a Kingdom Hearts game right now, and I thought about all the games that are available for me to play, those 3 and Chain of Memories would by far be the last thing I think of to touch. And as a matter of fact, if those were my only options, I might straight up just choose not to play them. Just, I guess I'm not playing games today because I just don't want to deal with them. But that I don't think that that 1 second thing is what causes that. You know, I think that they just were poorly designed games. I think that they just tried to make something to add a little lore to connect dots. I think that just overall the team behind it just, I don't know. This is what they had to work with, and they just tried, but it just is. It's shitty, you know. But I don't necessarily bring that back to Birth by Sleep, you know, if because my concern with Birth by Sleep never is that 1 second thing. I Maybe it is for people that play the game and, for example, in harder difficulties, because then those type of things really matter to you, you know, when you're trying to get past a boss and you can't because you can't land fast enough or something. Then, you know, at a time like that, then that can become a very important thing when it's a very fair, valid thing. But outside of that, though, for the scope of a generic playthrough, which most people do, you're going to be fine. You're not going to be concerned about that 1 second. You're going to be concerned about, you know, that experience you just had playing because you know it was fun. You know, because I promise you, the last thing I think about when I'm playing is that 1 second. And I feel like when I did play, I noticed it, but it wasn't something where I was just like, "What the fuck is this?" Drop controller, you know?
Yeah.
It
That's what I'm
wasn't
saying.
like
I'm not
that.
saying this is like a deal breaker, or this would like, oh yeah, I would never play another Kingdom Hearts game if they continue giving this problem. All I'm saying is, it would benefit everybody. They just fix it.
Yeah.
It's like a public swimming pool, like a public Olympic-sized swimming pool, right? And like, if you ever gone swimming, you know what water feels like. And one day, some asshat just decides, I'm just gonna take this pack of gelatin and pour it into the fucking pool. And it's not even a large pack of gelatin. It's like not even noticeable. And then people get in the pool. You got like the Olympic professional swimmers going in the pool, and you got like the little kids who are just like in their little tubey thing, and they're all just saying, it's like, for some reason, the water just feels weird. It's not a big deal, but I certainly notice it. It's something about it.
Something just, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's some.
And then the next day, they just put normal water and don't do anything with it. And they get back to the pool. It's like, it's like, it's back to normal. Okay, cool.
Weird. I must have just slept wrong yesterday or something. I don't know.
Yeah, like slight, tiny little improvement of your day.
That's so funny. Oh man, that's great. Alrighty. Any other ones that you wanted to go through, or was that the last one?
I believe that was my last one.
Okay.
I don't even remember what the question was.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember too. No, I can't remember. That one was a long one. I think that was like a whole half hour we gave to it. Sheesh. But yeah, that was fun. We talked about Kingdom Hearts for 5.5 hours, and 95% of it had nothing to do with Kingdom Hearts 2.
Hold on. I got one more.
All right.
Because this one's mandatory. Because as men, we must have this.
All right.
Top waifu.
Ooh,
Fuck age. They magically like just transform into legal age. Waifu.
I don't even know if there really are that many females in this game for me to even contemplate that heavy. When I was younger, I kind of had a little crush on Kyrie, but who didn't? But now I'm like Aqua all day.
Okay, yeah.
What about you?
I don't know if this qualifies as weird or not, but I feel weird about it. I always had a thing for Olette. I don't know why.
Olette is
Like,
is Rox's friend, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
King Rastu, orange, brown.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
That's fine. Yeah, I can see that. People are like, what the fuck about Nominee? No, yeah, I dig Aqua. I like her. She's cool.
She had a backbone, but
Yeah, I think that's good.
But yeah, I think that's about it.
Yeah. Well, everyone that has tuned in to watch and has stuck it through, or if you just left, that's fine. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you guys enjoyed hearing us ramble about Kingdom Hearts for 5.5 hours. I had a blast doing it. It was just nice to talk about one of my favorite game series. I hope you had fun as well. And of course, thank you so much for doing this on stream, and joining and all that fun stuff. I really appreciate it. Um, but yeah, for everyone who follows me who does not follow my buddy here, please do follow him. Hakume Itenshi06 is his Twitch name. So you can follow him there. And yeah, if you have any other questions or theories and want to talk to him more about it, by all means, please do. You can add him and message him there. Or if you don't know it later and are curious, you can ask me and I'll direct you to his channel. So that's perfectly fine. But yeah, everyone that did tune in, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys stopping by. I hope you guys have a fantastic night. Mike, did you want to say anything before we head out?
Just want to say thanks for having me, and thanks for giving me another reason to bitch about Kingdom Hearts.
And nothing better than that.
Any bullshit excuse. I will note though, we did not talk at all about Melody and Memory or anything about like Union Cross or how it ended. Do we just not care? Or
all right, so we'll say this, not next time, but one of these other times, we will do a stream specifically about Kingdom Hearts 2, Chain or Union Cross, that's what I meant to say, Union Cross, and any future Kingdom Hearts games such as Chain of Memories, or Chain of Melodies, whatever you want to call it. And we'll focus on those to be the main subjects on that. Sound fair?
Yeah.
Cool. Now.
Yeah, and Dark Road.
Yes. Now, that did segue into something I wanted to bring up. This is something I'm hoping to do going forward. I don't know if we're going to make them 6 hours long every time, but I do enjoy doing these. So I want to do this ideally every weekend. Fridays are fine for me, but Saturdays or Sundays, whichever works best for you. Like, and we can try to get more people involved as well. But I definitely like to do stuff like this going forward, with different topics. It doesn't necessarily have to be video games. It could be anime, so on and so forth. So the idea is next week around the same time we're gonna do one for Pokemon Generation 9. We will talk about some of the older generations, what inspirations we could see for Generation 9, what ideas we have for it. We'll have a couple of different topic points for it as well. Again, we'll try not to make it 6 hours long, but we'll definitely, do stuff to make it fun. So by all means, if you're interested, if you're, into it, that'll be the next subject for next week. So please stop by. We'll have fun. We'll talk. We'll chat. We'll chill. All that fun stuff. Then we'll go from there. And then we'll see what suggestions you guys might have for the weeks following after that. If not, we might have already a list to make as well. And we'll just kind of keep going from there and see what you guys kind of like to talk about. Sounds about right, Mike?
Yep.
Good. Okay. Well, again, that was my friend Mike, aka Hakume Tenshi 06. I am Jose, aka Drark. Thank you so much for tuning into the stream, the Drark Angel podcast, episode 1, based on Kingdom Hearts. And until next time, we'll see ya.
See ya.